who's replacing Madame Lucy, who's not able to come, Dr. Gloria Miena from Save the Children International, and representative of the member state from Somalia will be joining this panel. So after this panel, we'll be heading to the plenary session, and then we'll be on time to start this plenary session at 11. I will remind you to be effective. Let's come back to the plenary session at 11 sharp, so that we'll have our lunch break and then continue the parallel session, which I will announce after the panel discussion. So with that, I think the gathering is full now, and you will have a very, very fruitful deliberation and discussion. And I'm sure this discussion will bring a lot of policy implications, conclusions, and also recommendations for the way forward. So without further ado, thanking you all, let me ask Dr. Trofena from Austria to come and give us a reflection of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Since we were here yesterday, all of us, we know what we covered, so I will not give you this summary, but we had a plenary here, and then we broke out into different sessions. I would start with the first presentation by the Executive Secretary, which was presented by Ms. Fadia Alwan on behalf of the Executive Secretary of IGAD. She recognized the importance of connecting research, data, and policy to social inclusion and cohesion of migrants, which bridges the gap of practice and research. She also reiterated the role of scientific research in finding durable solutions to the problems facing IGAD region and the globe. She noted that IGAD region was a home to 4.5 million refugees and over 13 million IDPs, and therefore the importance of this assembly we have today. She established that Higher Education Forum was established in 2021 to enhance the role of women in IGAD programs and the inclusion in social cohesion and integration, and this is crucial. That through research and data, the understanding of the complex reality of migrant problems will be solved through evidence-based policy making. She also reiterated that IGAD has renewed its national, regional, and global commitments to combat migration and displacement. It has developed a 5-year strategic plan for this. Next was the Ambassador of Germany, who asserted that Germany is a strong supporter of the conference since the subject of migration and displacement is important to the EU. He noted that Germany was also facing similar challenges like inflation and recession due to the Ukrainian war. He appreciated the theme of this conference, saying that it was timely because of the growing inequalities, economic crisis, political crisis, and food insecurity in the IGAD region. Particular attention needs to be paid to the vulnerable populations, the migrants, women, and children. GIZ was committed to supporting this and was already doing it through cash transfers and teacher training programs, because they realized that in refugee camps and IDP camps, the population of most of the school-going children do not proceed to secondary education. He also noted the importance of providing help to the hosting communities through government and donor support. He recognized there is need to strengthen institutional management of migration and displacement and encourage the participants to give policy recommendations towards evidence-based research and policy. Dr. Zahara from Makerere University reiterated the Ubuntu philosophy, which advocates for Africanness, the equity and inclusion. The region should have strong policies in place to close the gap on inequalities and create equitable foundations. She stated that Uganda ranks highest in hosting refugees in Africa, with scarce resources coupled with societal problems. It is important to generate our own knowledge on research and migration for affected communities. Dr. Musa Atron, chair of IGAD, also emphasized the theme of the conference that was timely and indicated that we need results that will help design policies that will address the challenges associated with migration and displacement. He was encouraging all the participants to ensure that that is done by the end of this conference. He also reiterated the creation of conditions that will promote the social inclusion and economic empowerment of the refugees in host countries. He thanked all stakeholders who had participated in organizing this conference. The IOM representative pointed out that the IGAD region hosts the most complex region of migration in the world, exacerbated by socioeconomic challenges, conflict, insecurity, and climate change. The IGAD region is made up of 70% of the semi-arid lands, with the main activity being pastoralism, which is dependent on rain-fed, which is dependent on rain. But the pasture is depleted, therefore causing conflict. There is also rise in early child marriages due to poverty. He asked this assembly to reimagine new approaches to handle these challenges. Migration should contribute to development of the region by shining a light on good practices. He also emphasized on Interministerial Conference on Migration, Environment and Climate Change hosted by President Museveni and President Kiir, which focused on adaptation, loss and damages finances. Migration, therefore, promotes regional integration. He was just citing an example of how migration promotes regional integration because of the interministerial conference that was hosted by the two presidents in the IGAD region. The Kenyan representative from the Ministry of Interior asserted that migration affects everyone, and the conference is an opportunity to formulate sound policies to address issues of migration and displacement. He envisioned a whole government and a whole society approach to have a 360 degrees view on the state of migrants. He said that partners should formulate sound policies to empower migrants so that no one is left behind. That is why the conference theme is timely. He also said that there are emerging issues in migration which knowledge-sharing workshops like this one would enable researchers to investigate human behavior and find out why we are inclined to causing conflict and making others move. He added that research and legislations are the pillars to deal with these emerging issues. He thanked academia for coming up with research to provide data that will help member states. He finally opened the meeting. We had a keynote speaker, Dr. Ahmed, who emphasized that having diaspora and migrants peace stakeholders in the area in the area of access to services and to promote social cohesion is yet to be realized fully because they treat migrants as just beneficiaries of programs or projects or cash machines to fund various programs in place. We therefore need to recognize the role of these stakeholders and to have close partnerships with all stakeholders. That as many are displaced, they are excluded from access of basic services such as healthcare, water, education, housing, transportation, and protection. There needs to be continued different space for policy making so that data is not static. The emphasis there was on data and space to discuss these policies. We also need to invest in research. The speaker emphasized on the need to think outside the box and involved partners from diaspora communities. Peace policies and actions are not sufficient to support the access of migrants to basic services. We need to operate as an ecosystem voluntarily for us to solve these problems. A presentation by Yemisrach, the representative of SIDA. She encouraged the participants to change their mindsets and start thinking positively of migration because the narrative has always been negative. SIDA has coordinated with the IGAD migration program, particularly on strengthening that migration policy implementation, which is directly implemented by inclusive approaches to address displacement. She talked about the 12 priority areas, and the engagement is guided by regional migration policy. The regional migration policy and action plan, she said, to address displacement is tied to 3 declarations: the Nairobi Declaration and the Plan of Action, which has 3 thematic areas: the Djibouti Declaration and the Kampala Declaration on Livelihoods. Inclusion and migration is a cost to the hosting community, governments, and member states. She also gave an example of the Moyale Investment Cohesive Approach, which was a cash intervention to support livelihoods to meet current challenges. This cash is temporary and a short-term intervention. The region should come up with the long-term solutions. She emphasized the engagement of local communities to acknowledge local initiatives that offer local solutions, homegrown solutions for sustainability. The approach also consolidates peace structures to enhance conflict prevention and mediation. She was just giving an example of why we should use homegrown solutions and engage everybody, including the communities that are affected. There was a presentation from the breakout sessions. IOM and Aga Khan University presented a paper on access to clean and safe drinking water among households in East African Community member states at transport and migration corridors. The objective was to find out the access of drinking water on the borderlands during COVID pandemic. The findings: refugees lack drinking water and are prone to waterborne diseases like hepatitis and cholera. During the COVID-19, the migrant population were more vulnerable and put the borderland communities at risk. Africa is far behind in implementing health-related policies for migrants. The health information systems don't give official data on epidemiology among migrants. There are differences in member states' distribution, availability, and access to water. The voice of migrants is also muted in discussions on access of social services. The questions that were raised include: why does access to water matter to migrants in borderlands? What is the overview of the status of water access in borderland areas? What are the challenges of water access in the research sites? What are policy recommendations to ensure migrants have access to water? There were no recommendations in that presentation, and therefore, these are the questions that were raised, and we needed clarifications. The suggestions that ensued from the discussions include member states should disaggregate data on public health and health of migrants. Secondly, all countries need to be on the same page when doing interventions for migrants. It was also noted that Djibouti and irregular migration from Ethiopia is not given proper attention as the flow of migrants to Europe. I think there was a comparison between what is happening. The speaker was speaking about the borderland between Ethiopia and Djibouti. And there's so much emphasis on the migrants who are migrating to Europe or Arabian countries, but not within the IGAD region. This narrative about outward migration to Europe and Arabian countries should change and focus on the IGAD region. That was what was concluded. The breakout session in room 1, the topic was the psychological experiences of internally displaced children, people due to armed conflict in South Wollo, implications for intervention by Getnet Demise. The objective was to investigate how armed conflict induced displacement affected the psychosocial well-being of children. How it affected the psychosocial well-being of children. The findings were there existed feelings of separation and lack of hope in schooling, psychological distress, loneliness, insecurity, trauma, depression among children due to war. The children's exposure and witness of the horrifying situations during displacement traumatized them. The recommendations was governments and non-governmental organizations who have a stake in children should design appropriate mechanisms to support children affected by internal displacement. Secondly, education in emergencies should be designed in such situations. Questions. So what was the target population and the sampling procedure? What were the justification of the choice of Wollo? Were there ethical considerations bearing in mind that you are investigating children, and what were the causes of displacement? Which gap was the research going to fill? What interventions and mitigation against psychological experiences for the children? And such things. That there were no recommendations for that particular study. Room 2 was looking at socio-economic integration of refugees and host communities in Kalobey. The objective was integration of refugees with the host community at Kalobey settlement, which was created to ease the crowding in Kakuma and reliance on humanitarian aid that had been exacerbated by conflict in South Sudan. The findings were refugees accessed social services more than the local community. Secondly, there was a higher proportion of refugees who attended primary school more than the host community, but had problems accessing post-primary education. Refugees worked more hours than the host community. Refugees had better access to water. Both the refugees and the locals had poor sanitation facilities. It was noted that integration had failed since the very 4 out of 98 of the hosts integrated with the refugees. Recommendations were donors should increase funding for pastoralists. They should provide water and sanitation facilities for both the migrants and host communities. They should address the complaints of the host communities because they felt refugees are favored in provision of social services. They should provide incentives to the host communities to incorporate the migrants. They should also increase the acreage of Kalo Bay settlement because to ease the overcrowding, and should provide improved legal and administrative services too. There should be better collective efforts to coordinate the interventions from all stakeholders. The question was, what is self-reliance? I will not go into details of this because the team that was there, and we can also see from our chat what ensued. Finally, we had the last paper in room 3, an assessment of groundwater available potential for migrants and displaced people using GIS and remote sensing techniques, a case of West Nile in Uganda. The objective was to provide an integrated approach to assessment of groundwater in terms of available potential in West Nile. So the findings were that immediate access to groundwater is a fundamental criterion when siting settlements. But this has been ignored in the case of West Nile. In most cases, groundwater is usually the only water source option to medium, long-term, or for medium to long-term planning for migrants and displaced people. We should use GIZ and remote sensing tools to site water. The authorities are battling to meet the water accessibility demands within the designated camps due to concerns of increased influx of water security and depletion of water resources. The conclusion was, the camps for migrants and displaced people may be more like cities than rural areas due to their water demands. So when accessing areas suitable for migrants and displaced people, designers should consider how much water is needed, where to access it, and how it can be delivered. Decision makers should always first access groundwater available in potential areas for settlement before setting up the camps. Rainwater harvesting should also be considered in such matters. So in future, there should be citizen engagement. I think should be citizen engaging when discussing the issues of water. There were questions which the author would answer. What has been done before for this particular study, and recommendations also that the government should do in assessments before placing migrants to be qualified, is the preparedness for the government a kind of measure, and can this technique be further used in other natural resources? Then finally, there is Rosemary Okello from Strathmore University, who talked about media and the use of media in reporting the stories of migrants. She also emphasized the voices and experiences of migrants are never captured in an adjusted manner that can influence policy. She also said that at times migration and migrants play a role in influencing economic policy, but they are never captured. The media reports are very limited. They only focus on the outcomes of the migration process. So the 2018 migration report brought the attention to the complex relationship between media and migration, and the use of traditional dancing, poetry, music, art, and all should be used as ways of creating the voices and capturing what the community is feeling about conflict. The media plays a critical role in changing the narrative, especially the use of social media and real-time data. There is need for training the media on how to work in the humanitarian setting so that they perform this role. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Trufena. This is what we wanted. And I'm sure all of you will agree with me that the purpose of having this reflection is not just a recap. This is beyond recap and having a concrete conclusions and recommendations to inform the policymakers for having evidence to decide. So as we go along, tomorrow also we'll have the same, and then the conclusion and recommendations for also for policy implications will clearly come out of this conference, and this is one of the objectives of having this session. So having said that, I want to also remind Dr. Trufena, who's coming from Austria, a distinguished institute in the region, to clearly summarize all the findings of the panel discussions and also the deliberations that we do in a more precise and summarized way, so that it will be utilized effectively, and also we can also draw a policy brief from all these interventions. So with that said, I thank Dr. Trufena for a very important session that you started, and you will do the same tomorrow. So let me ask all the gathering to give a round of applause for Dr. Trufena and the Institute, who took this responsibility courageously. Thank you very much. So the next session, as I've indicated, is to have a presentation or digital video presentation. And this presentation have a very small and very summarized description. And this description will be presented by Ms. Julia von Vreden, who is a policy advisor for GIZ and working on IGAD SIMPI, that is strengthening implementation of migration policy in IGAD. SIMPI is abbreviated like that. And I will ask now Madame Julia to come. Yes, Julia, most welcome. And she is also, I would like to indicate that she is one of the strong members of the scientific committee. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Girum, and good morning, everyone. As said, my name is Julia von Vreden. I work for GIZ as an advisor in the Strengthening IGAD Migration Policy Implementation Project. And yes, what we would like to share with you can really only be a small teaser to also one of the topics that will be discussed in the course of the day, which is migration and displacement in the context of climate change. And I think we can all agree that the consequences of climate change are felt all over the world. So it's not just in particular areas, but heat waves, floods, severe storms are phenomena that we can observe all over the world. And it's not just scientists, which are very widely represented here today, that deal with the topics, but it's also been addressed by the arts. And I think, yeah, he just left now, but my friend Dr. Kebede will agree with me that it's also important to take that lens in order to deal with the topic. So in that sense, we will be watching a short video in a second, which is a representation of a short poem, which is called Dibaladna. And colleagues in the room that speak Arabic hopefully will agree with me. It roughly translates as Our Land. And it's a poem that's been written by the Sudanese-American poet Emi Mahmoud. And it served as the template and the inspiration for the film we were about to see. So last year, actually, at the COP26 in Glasgow, Emi performed this poem, also as a reminder to humanity, or as a plea from Mother Earth to humanity to repair the damages that have been inflicted, but also as a call for everyone to spare future generations from the climate chaos. And Emi herself, a former refugee from Sudan, she highlights the devastating effects of climate change on everyone globally, but with a particular impact also on refugees and some other of the most disadvantaged communities globally. And she also emphasizes that before she was writing this poem, she had extensive consultations with refugees around the world, which are on the front lines of climate change and who have expressed all their efforts to adapt to some of the harsh environments that or increasingly harsh environments that they had to deal with, and how they adapted to them. And she says from those consultations that she had, that one message that kept emerging is that, people are always and constantly trying to innovate and adapt to some of the effects that climate change poses on people's livelihoods, but also emphasize the need for more support and resources to continue that work. And she states, which I think is a really, it's a poignant statement to have. If a flood is coming, it doesn't matter who you are. If a hurricane is coming, it doesn't matter who you are. We are all equal before those effects. And then also she continues to also look at the effects from a point of children. So she says children also form a group of people that are particularly prone to some of the effects of climate change. And that's also where we connect to the video that we're about to see. This is actually a video, it's the output of a collaboration of young climate activists from Pakistan, South Africa, Kenya, Austria, and Germany, who came together in a hybrid workshop and worked on different aspects of climate change and in workshops. And one of the outputs was this video that we will see, where those activists transferred each line of the poem into their local context. And by that also highlighting the strong personal relevance of the crisis that it has on each of them and on all of us. So again, coming back to the conference, please see it as a small teaser also for the research paper that will be presented later on by Mr. Niklas Meyer, which is a case study looking at the IGAD region and more precisely at the aspect of climate change and how it affects social cohesion and migration patterns in southern Ethiopia. Lucas, if you could kindly start playing the video now, and then I hope you enjoy and looking forward to the presentation. Thank you very much.
If this land could speak, would she thank us, praise us? Would she ridicule us? Us, would her voice be weary? If this land could speak, would she thank us, praise us? Would she ridicule us or beg us? Would her voice be weary, gentle, disdainful? Would it shake with sorrow, with rage? I used to wonder about these things all the time. At 11 years old, I watched my neighbor's house crumble before my eyes. The flood waters washed away the earth and clay most people used to build their homes. To see her wade through her home like that, to watch her try to salvage what little she had left. Our country was already lost in turmoil, and now the earth began to purge us too. If you could stop the next tornado from hitting your home, the next hurricane from wiping out your city, the next drought from starving your people, the next lightning strike from ending your life, wouldn't you? The locust in the Horn of Africa, the floods of South Sudan, the ice in Chicago, the fires in California, Australia, the threats of rain that won't stop or rest that won't come. We are at the precipice of possible change, a turning point that can and will define us. Fire or ice, how will the world end? I don't know, and I don't want to find out. Not in our generation, and not in the next.
Julia for the description and also the video. Also to extend our warm thank you for Amy Mahmoud, who has developed the poem, and thank you very much, very informative and catchy. So now this is the end of the first part of the intervention today, before the breakout sessions start. So I will give you a reminder again to stick to the time, and then I will direct you to kindly proceed to the breakout rooms. The first breakout room will remain, I think, here for the presentation by Nicholas Meyer. So I will ask all of you to be seated who are joining the sub-team on social cohesion. And the other two breakout sessions, as we did yesterday, we can proceed to the next rooms. So be on time, and I will also kindly ask the chairs and the moderators to abide by the program and come back exactly at 11 after the break, the health break, and we'll start our session at exactly 11. Thank you very much, and if you have any question or comment or reflection on the first part of this session, I would be most happy to give one chance because we are a little bit behind of our time. No one from this side, no one from this side. Maybe Madam, would you like to say something? Okay, so we'll do that next on the plenary. Thank you very much. Proceed to the breakout session. Enjoy the discussion. Thank you very much.
migration, climate resilience building in rural areas in Ethiopia. And plus that, Nicholas Mayer is also a guest researcher at Walaita Sodo University in Ethiopia. So, Nicholas, now it's your time. We're going to listen to this quite interesting, because I read the paper, quite interesting paper. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's my first time now to Nairobi. I'm here since a week, and I'm really delighted to see how everybody is so welcoming and kind. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank our hosts as well, and to say asante sana for having this great organization, this great event here in your beautiful capital, and for having this opportunity together. I think Lucas is already trying to set up the presentation here, my slides. Thank you also to Dr. Ficalo, to the moderator. It's a pleasure to speak here in front of this distinguished board, those discussants, and this distinguished moderator. Yes, it's working. We can see here the title of my presentation, which is Climate Change, Social Cohesion and Migration in the Pastoralist Communities of Dasenec. The moderator already introduced me. I'm in Ethiopia since over a year. I'm researching in the rural areas of the southern part of the country, and it's really a great experience so far. I'm working with local researchers from those areas. I have a very nice experience working with Ethiopian universities, with Walaita Sodo University, where I'm a guest researcher, but also we have collaborations with Jinka University and with Abermynch University. So I'm really delighted to be in Ethiopia and to have these fruitful collaborations with researchers, but also with policymakers. So to all our Ethiopian brothers and sisters here in the room, I also just want to say, Betam Amasegenalo. So we are going to zoom in to a case study. So maybe just a word of caution there, or a heads up. If we zoom into the micro level, it's very helpful to see in detail the mechanisms behind certain developments, right? But also we should be careful about applicability. How can we apply the findings from one micro-level case one-to-one to other areas? Probably not, because we have a lot of region-specific contexts that matter. In the case of migration, that matters a lot. The local culture, the local religion, the local geographic conditions. So we should be careful to apply it directly to other areas. Nevertheless, I think there's a high relevance and there are common patterns. We are here at the IGAD conference, and I think you would all agree that every IGAD member state has a border area which is lowland, which is drought-prone, where there are occasional conflicts happening. So there is the relevance and there are common features that we can nevertheless get from micro-level studies, and to see the mechanisms behind that. With that, I think enough of an introduction, and we can just get a taste of this case study. We can see it's in the tree border between South Sudan, Ethiopia, and Kenya. We can see the Dasenec pastoralist community is at the northern part of the Lake Turkana in Ethiopia. There are also some Dasenec just on the Kenyan side of the border. And then we can see we have the Hammer pastoralist community to the right. We have, or to the east, we have the Turkana pastoralist community to the southwest, also the Gabra pastoralist community to the south. And those relations between those different pastoralist communities are very important for the security, for the development, and just the well-being of the people in that area. With that, we can go to the next slide, please. We did qualitative research with the pastoralist community in Ethiopia. We spoke to approximately 100 pastoralists qualitatively. I have excellent researchers from Dasenet. We can see some of them here in a focus group discussion. So it's very much a pleasure to work with skillful research partners from that areas themselves, because there are so many cultural codes that an outsider, let's call it that way, would never get. So it's really a great added value to work with these researchers from the Dasenet area. The Dasenet area, there are 71,000 people. It's 620 square kilometers. It's semi-arid, and we can feel the climate change consequences there. We have meteorological data, how the temperatures are increasing over the last 10 years. We can clearly see that. We have satellite images, how there's less grazing land, how the river, the Omo River that flows from the highlands of Ethiopia towards Lake Turkana and flows into Lake Turkana. That river has less water most of the time. Sometimes also the natural flow is a bit disrupted there. The Lake Turkana is losing water level. So we can see several dynamics there. Climate change playing an important role of reducing grazing land, reducing water access. And that's, of course, a big consequence for the pastoralist communities there, including the Dasenet, who have cattle, who have ox and goats and sheep, and they are directly depending on accessible grazing land. And it's also their nature, their traditional way of life is mobility. So the norm is not to have a sedentary life. The norm is to be mobile, to search grazing land and water for their livestock. And there we can already guess that the change in climate changes their lifestyle, changes their mobility patterns, just because it defines where do we have grazing land, where not, right? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. We covered that already. So the first line here, you see three words from the local Dasenet language. Those words are Gura, Tufunye, and Badanye. Those are different words for different types of mobility or migration. Gura is the group-based migration in a group form to search for grazing land and water access. So that's the traditional lifestyle of the pastoralist communities there, is to constantly do Gura, which means group mobility to find grazing land and water for the animals. That's the norm. But now we have a mobility pattern, a mobility transition, so we are going away from Gura and we are going towards Tufunye and Badani. So Tufunye is the individual migration. This could be for job seeking, could be for education, and it's specifically the youth who are now doing Tufunye, or also Badani, which is more the sense of displacement. So it has a bit more the forced component or the forced aspect to it, which means there could be some flooding, there could be hunger, where people then individually again decide to do Badani and to leave the community. So that already, this mobility transition tells us so much about the social cohesion, because we are going from a group-based mobility form to individual mobility forms, right? In the group-based mobility form, we have prophets, we have community leaders, elders of the community, who take the decision for the whole group, where should we go to find grazing land and water. They also decide over, should we start a war, or should we, like all these important decisions for the whole community are taken predominantly by those high social positions such as prophets, elders, community leaders. Now, if we have this mobility transition, that means especially the youth, they are running away because they're seeing that pastoralism is not feasible anymore. They're seeing that there are a lot of problems to it. They're seeing that our parents, they think our parents cannot do it anymore. We don't have enough food. We are not even doing GURA, the group-based migration, anymore. But then they decide to go to the surrounding towns. Sometimes it's for begging, sometimes it's for finding some job. They also go to the Lake Turkana to work as fishermen. So we have this mobility transition with deep implications for social cohesion, implying a deep social transformation. The social structures are getting watered down as certain positions lose importance because this group-based decision-making and this group-based migration is not going on in that form anymore. Then in the same case, yeah, I said this, there's the agreement, the consensus among the approximately 100 pastoralists that we spoke to from different age groups, from both different genders. There's the agreement that pastoralism is not viable anymore because there is not enough grazing land, because there are conflicts to the east. Darsanech with Hamer, Darsanech with Turkana, Darsanech with Gabra. So that means it is limiting the available places to go to. Before, people were telling us, even in a nostalgic way, how before 5 years, the different pastoralist communities, the different neighboring pastoralist communities could still graze together. They could still cohabit peacefully. For example, in the dry season, it would be very common to all go together to the shores or to the islands of Lake Turkana and then there graze together. Now this is not possible anymore. There's not enough grazing land around there anymore. Those islands do not exist with this fertile grazing land anymore due to climate change, also due to flooding of the Omo River and the Lake Turkana. Then the neighboring pastoralist communities, Turkana, say to Darsanech, say to Hamer, you cannot come anymore. You cannot come here to use our grazing land anymore, and you're not welcome anymore. Then there was some conflict. Those pastoralist communities are also very armed. All of them have AK-47s, and so they are able to have serious conflicts over their resources and to try to mark their territory in a way to say where can you come to grass, where not. And that's already limiting the places, the possible places to go to with the group-based migration. The Darsanech cannot go to the east anymore towards Hamer. They cannot cross the border towards Turkana anymore, towards the Turkana pastorate, which was also the norm, is not possible anymore. Then we have a high death of livestock. The remaining livestock is very thin and not healthy enough to walk long distances. So for those reasons, bad shape of the livestock, no available grazing lands in the near surroundings, and not having the possibility of going towards the lands of other neighboring pastoralist communities. For those reasons, the Darsanech gave up GURA. They gave up their traditional group-based mobilities, and now there is a sedentarization process. That means the Darsanech are settling down. They are not trying to engage in pastoralist production primarily anymore, and they're looking for other livelihood production options. So what many are doing is going to Lake Turkana to fish. What many are doing is going close to the Omo Delta, going close to the Omo River to do some agriculture at the shores of those river and lake. Many are also going to the town to beg, and there's a high dependency on humanitarian aid and on development projects. And we can even see that now I'm saying that there's a sedentarization process. People are settling down, and they are settling down depending on those three different options. So there are NGOs who are doing development projects or humanitarian aid in that area. We have the national government food safety net, and there we have food distribution centers, right? And then people, because of this high aid dependency now, by the way, among the Darsanech community, 95% are in the national food safety net. So that's almost everybody. And then in the sanitarization process now settling down, they are creating villages close to the development projects, close to the food distribution centers. So that means they are playing an important role now in the mobility transition, and they're playing an important role in the sanitarization process. Next slide, please. Then speaking again about social cohesion, or let's speak about social relations in general, we can identify 3 dimensions. First, between the different pastoralist communities. Climate change is playing a role, is contributing to the worsening relations between the different pastoralist communities. That I explained before, when it comes to grazing together, when it comes to conflicts, when it comes to interacting, mingling. This is not possible now anymore in many cases. So we can see the clear influence of climate change on the social interactions between the different pastoralist communities in the area. The second point is within the Darsanech pastoralist community. I mentioned that the social hierarchies are changing. People with high standing generally, such as prophets, such as community leaders, now are losing their standing because there is a reorganization and people are opting for different mobility forms and also for different livelihood productions. So that is also reorganizing the social hierarchy and is taking away importance from traditionally high standing people in the local social hierarchy. The third point is between the indigenous pastoralists and other actors in the area. That means if we have the presence of a lot of NGOs, if we have the presence of the national food safety net, if we have the presence of many actors providing aid, then this is also showing a certain power imbalance and showing a certain dependency which defines newly and changes the power relations in the area. The Darsanech pastoralists, for example, were telling how 10 years ago, even still 6 years ago, they say they could live an autonomous life with plenty of options, food options, possibilities of selling their livestock and generating money. So there they had an autonomous life. Now this is changing. The power relations in the Vodeda are changing. The dependency is changing. So we have government workers, investors who are investing in large-scale agricultural projects. We have labor migrants working on those agricultural projects or in the towns. And that is also creating new tensions, and also new power imbalances and dependency relationships. By the way, the theoretical framework that we were using for this paper was taken from different literature that you see cited here, that social cohesion is essential to development, well-being and peace, and that the definition that we are using, it's a notion of togetherness and striving to achieve a united goal in the community. So when we apply that to the three developments that we see above, then we can see that this sense of togetherness is getting lost a bit because people are reorienting themselves. The social hierarchies are getting changed, watered down, and also development, well-being and peace is at stake because social cohesion, because livelihood productions are changing. Climate change plays a factor in that. Climate change plays a factor, as we discussed before, that now there's not completely peaceful interactions between the pastoralist communities. Social cohesion is at stake, And this is not ideal for development of the area, for well-being and for peace. Next slide, please. I just want to give you 3 quotes to just maybe illustrate a little bit what I was talking about before. Those are all from our research. Those are all from different pastoralists who told us this. The first one is, there's a high food insecurity in Darsenech. Most of the families get separated because of the climate situation. One of them is me. Now I'm not with my husband. I cannot manage my home by myself. Now we are leading our home by what was donated from the government and the NGOs. The next quote is, our lives are disordered. I mean, half of the community migrated to Lake Turkana to survive and support their family by fishing. The rest remained at the Kebele to hope for the aid of the government. So it's separating the families to multiply the probability of surviving, right? Maybe often it's the fathers who go, or the boys who go to the Lake Turkana to fish. Maybe it's rather the females, the girls and the mothers to stay and to see if they can get some food supply, see if they can get some support by the government food safety net and by NGOs in the area. Next slide, please. And then one prophet told us, the youngest are fleeing to other parts of Darsenech from the age of 10. The divorce rate is increasing from time to time. Conflicts happen frequently at all sides of Darsenech. It is impossible to generate income in this land because there are no resources in this environment. Here families leave their children and they become orphans. This life instability is caused by the changing climate in Darsenech. So I think this is giving a bit of a sad overview of how the families are struggling to keep it together, to survive, and at the same time reorganizing their livelihood production and their way of living. Next slide, please. So, coming to the policy recommendations, I think one of the interesting findings, one of the interesting findings is that, of course, we say that there are some individual migration forms, but overall, mobility is decreasing, right? Overall, mobility is decreasing. So often we have the notion, especially the title of the conference is Migration and Displacement, right? So we think that there's the notion that we should address the migrants, the IDPs, the refugees, but what we should not forget are those people who cannot be mobile, who cannot move anymore. If we speak about any type of displacement, if we speak about conflict-related displacement, drought-related displacement, or other forms, then yes, those are people who are fleeing from a town because of conflict, and probably they would prefer to stay where they were before, but they feel they cannot. But at the same time, next to the people who are displaced then from that conflict, we have also so many, often even more than the displaced ones, who are still staying. Who are still staying in spite of the flooding, in spite of the drought, in spite of the conflict. Those are the ones who don't have the capability of fleeing, of being displaced. If you are too old, for example, and you don't have the health to actually walk for many kilometers to be displaced, if you don't have maybe necessary financial means to buy food at the way and to finance the journey, you cannot be displaced maybe. If you have to take care of some family member and that's why you cannot leave them alone there. Or if you don't have the network, the people who could enable you fleeing, could be migration agents or smugglers or whatever. Then we have what researchers are referring to as trapped populations. Researchers are referring to those people as trapped populations, and actually those are the most vulnerable ones, because they cannot be displaced to go to safer areas or to go to areas where they could maybe fulfill, at least to some extent, their needs. So one of the policy recommendations that, one of the main points that I want to make today is that we should, in policy interventions, in discussions, in conventions, negotiations, we should not forget to address those trapped populations. Because I know that it's already so difficult to bring climate-related migration into international treaties, negotiations. So, but then there's also this other side, which is maybe we can call it climate-related immobility, or this side. Then, can you go back, please? Yes. Then what is also important, I want to go on with the last point here, is promote mechanisms of cross-border dialogue, conflict resolution, because as I said in the beginning, every IGAD member state has those lowland areas which are inhabited by pastoralist communities, which are prone to climate change consequences and also conflict. There, for example, there's the African Union border management program, which is doing some great job in different areas. Those are some initiatives which are really worth to be upscaled and which are really worth to, often people don't know about it. I know for the case of Darsanech here that people don't know they can apply for different AU level or different programs. So that is worth to be maybe disseminated so that those areas know about them, and also to upscale them, because they can. We could see in different case studies in the continent that they could have a really important role. Then scientific monitoring to really get a grasp of the climate change consequences. How maybe with relatively easy resilience building, adaptation, or other interventions could also already make quite a substantial difference, and are worth to be accompanied by research, by scientific monitoring, and also panel studies. Then, in the case of Darsanech, there was a very positive effect by a project that created grazing land by installing pumps in the Omo River. Those pumps even worked with wind, so they didn't need any fuel or diesel to further pollute, but they actually worked with wind and with relatively little water taking out from the Omo River. There could be some grazing land created for the livestock and animals. Then, what I didn't speak so much about before is that there's also a dam at the Omo River, which really brought a big development to the whole southern, or to the whole country probably, generating a lot of electricity, and is really a great development breakthrough. And it's managed quite responsibly, but still there could be a little bit more inclusion of pastoralist communities further downstream in the decision making of when to store the water, when to release it, because that's also playing a role in the natural water flow of the river, of the Omo River and into Lake Turkana. So those are my points so far, and I think I managed those 5 minutes, huh? And then I'm happy to react to your questions or feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Just one point. Nicholas said what he's been researching and what he's presented is a case study of the Darsanech. Yes, it's a case study of the Darsanech, but it explains a lot of other cases in the pastoral areas, with some particular to Southern Omo, but if you look at climate change, conflict, peace building, and so on, it explains the whole southern Ethiopia, Somali region, northern Kenya. So it's not as such particular to the Saanich, but it explains the broader pastoral areas situation at the moment. Without going further, I'll go to the discussant. We are lucky to have Dr. Abebe Tadege, who is a senior specialist on climate. He works at IGAD's Climate Prediction and Application Center. So we're lucky to have such a senior person to discuss Nicholas Mayer's paper. So let's directly go to Dr. Abebe's reflection, then we'll open for discussion and questions and answers from the attendants. So Dr. Abebe.
Thank you, Dr. Fikadru. Thank you, Nicholas, for the presentation. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abebe, as introduced by Dr. Fikadru. I'm the Climate Change Officer at IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center, which is based in Nairobi. I'm also a principal investigator for a project known as Down to Earth, which deals on water scarcity in the Horn of Africa. Yeah, I gone through the paper written by Nicholas and his co-author, Tadele Dana. It's really my first impression for the paper is really a good case study. Dasenet district, which is bordering Kenya and Ethiopia. Most of you are aware about the current drought situation in the Horn of Africa. We had experienced 4 failed rainy seasons. And the 5th rainy season is also predicted to be more of a dry situation. So we might have 5 consecutive failed rainy seasons in the region. And from Nicholas' paper, all the 92 interviews said that they have lost in terms of other things. So the impact is really, really dire. In fact, if there are Idrisi people in the room, they can help me. How many people have already been affected because of the drought in the current? About 50 million. Someone from Idrisi or food security team can correct me. So the problem is very, very huge. And this case of Dasenet is really a good case study where the researchers has gone and interviewed and found out how grave the impact is. So coming to the paper, the theme for the conference is social cohesion before the backdrop of climate, changing climate. That's the theme. And the title of the paper is Climate Change, Social Cohesion, and Migration in the Pastoralist Communities of Dasenet in southern Ethiopia. So the paper highlights the key challenges there, the factors that lead to the challenges. For example, one is the changing climate. The other is the dam, the Gilgel-Gibe 3 dam. There's also a lot of plantation activities. And those factors has led to food insecurity, water insecurity, migration, changing the pattern of mobility, and so on. And that's what the researchers has tried to bring out. And in fact, they mentioned the patterns of migration, the one which is the group migration, which is known as Gura one, was the group migration, which was a traditional one that is being left out. And there are other mobility patterns like Tufuni and Badani. That shift is already there, it's documented. And that has brought problem in the social cohesion. Based on those studies, they have given key recommendations. They have also, of course, key findings where the social cohesion between the different pastoral communities, like between the Turkanas, between the Hammer, and between the Dasanaj, how it is being disintegrated and becoming a problem. The other social cohesion is cohesion between the Dasanaj community itself. That also is becoming a problem. The social cohesion between the Dasanaj and government, civil servants, and also NGO partners, development workers, that cohesion also have problems, and they have brought out that in the paper. And finally, they have given recommendations, key recommendations, maybe which I would give more emphasis would be the communities are not benefiting out of the investment being done in that district in terms of job creation for the youth and the others. And I think that is really key recommendation that has to come strongly and be given more emphasis. There are other recommendations which I fully agree. The need to have some peace committees to resolve cross-border issues or conflicts, and also the issue of monitoring the resource there in terms of climate, in terms of water level, and that one really will help as we see and as we assess our interventions. Whether there is improvement over time or not, that type of monitoring and data will be very important. Some research, longitudinal research also is recommended. That's also a great recommendation. And having said this, my comments are, or maybe some gaps or observations are the following. One is it would be good to include the map of the district in the paper. It's not there. Maps, geographic maps tells a lot more than just mentioning in words. So a good map of the geographic map location of the district really would be important. Another gap I see there is where is the evidence of climate change in the Dasanaj district? Do you know that there are people who deny climate change, human-induced climate change? Where is the evidence? And that evidence has to be indicated there. How much change has been observed there? How much, in terms of trend, of course, how much rainfall is decreasing? That needs some quantification and documentation. The major climate change report, the IPCC, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which was released in 2021-2022. That's a UN-sponsored authoritative scientific report. And that has not been mentioned. When you talk about climate change, this key report has to be mentioned. That's where the scientific background comes in. So in terms of some facts and figures, the paper will be strengthened if we put those. I also noted there that water level of Lake Turkana is decreasing. In fact, there's a figure mentioned, 1.5 meters. I also read some literature which says that the level is increasing. Lake Turkana water level is increasing. Even some lakes in Kenya, like Baringo lakes and so on. So it should be good to cross-check that one. There's also a mention about the number of pastoralists in Ethiopia is declining rapidly, from almost 8 million in 2000 to around 2.3 million in the 2007 census. So what is the future of pastoralism as a livelihood? If we keep this trend, that means pastoralism will not be a means in the future. So it's good to question this one. And also, the other thing is the factors that determine the mobility pattern, like climate change is one, the Gilgel-Gibe Dam is another one, the sugar agricultural plantations. So it would be good to point out which factor is the biggest, which one is really messing the migration pattern of the Dasenech communities there. So these are my observations and suggestions or recommendations for the authors to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bebe, for your very constructive interventions, including some suggestions, wonderful suggestions for Nicholas. Do you have something to respond to that before I take questions from the attendant? Okay.
Yes, many thanks for those constructive points. We will update the paper and we will include many of your points. For this conference, there was a quite stringent word limit. That's why we had several rounds of cutting and shortening the paper. For example, regarding the geographic description, the evidence for climate change, those were one of the sections that suffered from trying to cut down to 4,000 words. So I hope for the next versions of the paper, the organizers will let us a bit more space and a higher word limit. Yeah, the map, that's a very good point. We will include that for sure. The quantitative data, it's true that our paper now is heavily qualitative. That means we are relying a lot on the perceptions of pastoralists. And we don't really triangulate it much with quantitative data. But that's also on purpose, because if we speak about social cohesion, then I think that's something that's you can only very difficult to measure this in numbers, in statistics, indicators. So really the thought processes, the perceptions and lived experiences, I think is valuable and is what we really wanted to base our paper on. That's why we really heavily rely on the in-depth interviews where we speak for more than 1 hour with one pastoralist, where we have focus group discussions as well, where it's maybe 2.5 hours, and it's very deep and about perceptions, thought processes, ideas for the future, to understand different factors that play a role. So that was a bit, the priority of our paper. But we will take your comment and include some more evidence for climate change, and include the climate change methodological data that we do have. We will include that more into the paper then. Speaking about the different factors and how it came out in the in-depth interviews, in the focus group discussions, how the individual, with the individual thought process, perceptions, is balancing different factors. There you ask us to clarify which one is the biggest factor for the changing mobility pattern. And I think it would be very ambitious to completely disentangle different factors of a very complex situation. But maybe it's rather more accurate to see it as a whole, to see it as a situation where different developments play a role, where different developments add up to one situation that then has a certain influence on people's decision-making process. So we do see different factors. We could nuance them a bit more, but I think it will not be our attempt to completely disentangle them, because it's a volatile situation, a fluid situation, and the different factors coexist and even depend on each other. So it's difficult to single out one, I would say. You also implied, the Lake Turkana water level. Actually, there's quite a lot of activists around there. There's a great civil society organization which is called Friends of Lake Turkana. There's different researchers on both Kenyan, Ethiopian side who studied the water flow, who studied the hydrological system of the Omo Lake Turkana water basin. And there were also a lot of alarming warnings that this could be another Aral Lake. So we have the Aral Lake in Asia, and then it dried out. So there are some warnings regarding this, of course, and you can say, is that exaggerated or not? But I would say, yes, I will cross-check how much the changing water level is exactly, but I would say there's a consensus that it is decreasing. But of course, there's also quite some seasonal differences. So if you measure this right after the rainy season, it will be completely different to in the middle of the dry season. So there's also quite some seasonal fluctuation of the Lake Turkana water level. And your question that you posed us, what is the future of pastoralism? The numbers of pastoralists in Ethiopia is decreasing a lot, and it is very likely that it will continue to decrease. But I think what we should not get from this tendency, from this development, is to say, okay, we should just leave them we should just leave them to find some other profession. But because now, even if they are changing their livelihood production system, as we saw it in this case study, that's a very vulnerable moment. So still at that moment, they need attention, they need policy support that addresses them in this critical social moment of social transformation. So true, it is numbers of pastoralists are decreasing, but that should not mean that then, as a consequence, we should neglect them or think, okay, they will change their profession anyways. But actually, that's the moment when they need a lot of support. I think I try to address a bit your different points, and I will discuss them with my co-author, and we will make sure to address them in our revision and when updating the article. So thank you so much for your constructive feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. Now I'll open the session for questions and answer. I see several hands, so I'll start with Dr. Catherine. 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5, 6. And we do have only 10 minutes, so just one question each.
Thank you so much, Iklas, for that presentation. Actually,
I'm sorry. So now we've been given a few more minutes, so you can ask more than one question.
Oh, thank you so much. That was a very detailed presentation, and you've shedded a lot of light when it comes to the Dasanek community. However, I have 3 questions for you. You talked of divorce. How did you measure the divorce when you were making that presentation? This is very important because the Dasanek community, if you realize the women stay in the kraal, and it is the men who takes away the animals to where there is water. So how did that contribute to divorce? Because normally at the kraal, there are the women, the elderly, and the children who are left behind. The other issue I want to ask is, normally if you look at Lake Turkana and South Omo, there is a conflict normally among the fishermen. If you go to the Kenyan side, they are blaming the South Omo counterparts, saying they are stealing our fisher nets. If you come to this side of South Omo, they will say, we are not stealing, it is the wind that is blowing the nets to their side. So there is always that conflict between the fishermen. Did you come across, or what will be your recommendation? The other question I would like to know is, if you look at the Dasanek community, some are now changing to be agro-pastoralists, where they are planting bananas along the route on your way to Omurate. There is a lot of bananas being planted and some minor irrigation. However, there is normally a conflict between the pastoralist and the agro-pastoralist, the farmers, because they bring their animals during the dry season and it destroys the crops. How you also shed light on how is your research contributing to a solution to that problem? And maybe the last one, it is also good to capture what was the limitation of your study. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas, for the wonderful presentation, and I also thank Abebe for clarification. In fact, some of the questions I have put down here were raised by Abebe as well. Actually, it's remarkable to see that you mentioned some important narrative change. I mean, it's becoming a common knowledge that climate change is triggering migration. But you try to show us, you try to remind us the opposite could also happen. So this is really an important thing to take home. Pastoralism is not feasible anymore in that area, as you have said, due to grazing, lots of conflicts, and so on. but we also know there are these development projects. These development projects, they can also physically hamper the mobility of pastoralists. So that could also be an important factor to look in. Maybe, as you have said, putting all together and then trying to unentangle, it could be a problem. If there is a possibility to look one factor at a time and to consider this mobility blockage as an important factor, that would be good. We also know that there is some government policy not favoring pastoralism in order to provide basic services in collective manner. I think it's becoming a trend in East Africa that pastoralism is discouraged. Could that play a role in decreasing pastoralism over there rather than climate change? And you also mentioned the environmental dynamic created due to Gilgel-Gibe 3 made the area vulnerable to frequent droughts. That by itself needs some kind of qualification. However, I can agree that to some extent this can affect positively or negatively the resilience capability of the community. So a little bit more detailed explanation on that could be nice. After having said that, I also want to add some new approach to your study. This kind of changes, decrease in pastoralism, could be a cyclic thing that is happening every 30, 40 years. We don't know. So have you looked into the historic perspective? Has ever such thing happened before? We have some experience in East Africa that some areas, even lakes, which are almost disappearing, now reviving to full scale at the moment, especially. So this could also be, a natural thing. Maybe if you shed light on historic perspective of this phenomena, that would also be interesting. Thank you very much. I posed a lot of questions. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Nicholas, for the presentation. I have. My name is Hussein. I am from IGAD. I have one question, maybe. You have said that pastoralism is movement is no more there, so there is the establishment of cabalets or fleets. So when there are no movements and people will opt to settle and the centralization is up there. So that, to my understanding, will create conflict among pastoralists themselves, because when they settle, the establishment of area closures start from there. So has your study looked into how that can contribute to further migration and displacement within themselves? That, I think, not only, as Dr. Catherine said, a conflict between pastoralists and agro-pastoralists will start, but also that will contribute when they settle, there will be land grabbing, area closures, and that can contribute to further migration and displacement to them. So have you looked into that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, our friend, for that kind of discussion and well-thought research. I'm appreciative of all the discussions from MIKPAC and the team. I'm only worried that I have to ask probably two questions which look a bit controversial. One, in your report, is indicating that the number of pastoralists are decreasing in Ethiopia. And you say there's no doubt about that. I think at a level where we are now conducting research, we need to have some empirical evidence of such, because it sounds subjective. What is the basis of that deduction? You also say that pastoralism is no longer viable because of lack of pasture and conflict. This has been with the pastoralists from a long time ago. Conflicts have been there. In fact, they keep on increasing and also going down, decreasing. As we talk about the pastoral land, if I were to give you some hints, probably the Afar region of Djibouti, whole of the whole land is a pastoral land. If you go to Ethiopia itself, the whole country of Ethiopia, over 71% of the land is pastoral land. If you are coming to Kenya, close to 81% is pastoral land. South Sudan, I think Somalia is more than 87% of their land is pastoral land. South Sudan and Sudan is 83 and 84% of their land, respectively, being pastoral land. It's only in Uganda we have about 39% of their landmass being a pastoral land. So when we say that it is no longer viable a venture, and previous researches have shown that in this as our land, the most viable activity to carry out there, economic activity, is the pastoralism, livestock keeping. There is no pastoralism in terms of definition without mobility. So when we're talking about pastoralism, we are talking about also livestock, human beings, and mobility, and then access to these resources. So the mobility becomes a very critical ingredient into its definition. So we can say that they are falling out. We're encouraging them to fall out to where? In such a huge landmass, where they go into. And I would advise that probably we look at, I'm happy that your report recommends some of the things that IGAD is also addressing, like you recommended some cross-border institutional support to ensure that there is cohesion between the communities across the borders. The Dasanex move, right now if you go to the region of the triangle, the Ilemi Triangle, the Dasanex are there grazing, together with the Turkanas and the Toposas. They are coexisting, and there are a lot of ways they've been coexisting. They come to Turkana, the Turkanas go there, and also to the side of South Capoeira of the South Sudanese. So really, it's important, and I would recommend that you look into the protocol, the IGAD protocol on transhumance, and see how it recommends or it brings out some articles like promotion of the cross-border institutional framework where the committees will be established at the cluster areas. Secondly, I recommend that you look at a report that was done by IGAD recently, together with IOM, on the climate hazards and pastoralism in the IGAD region. It will point out quite a number of things, and it is very clear about the role of pastoralism in this region. And lastly, I think because you are focusing on Ethiopia, we now have a passed, endorsed, or adopted pastoral policy framework in Ethiopia. Probably would like to know whether you also looked at it and whether it's in sync with the spirit of your report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Ben Zabona from Makerere University and the Center for Basic Research. I thank the presenter for a wonderful piece of work. The issue of evidence has already been brought out. I just want to add my voice that this evidence is indeed very, very needed. You would struggle to have your paper published if it remained in this state, if you were interested in publishing it. So it's good that you say you are going to work on it. But two quick things. One is on the other variables that can lead to displacement. There are changing population dynamics, but also there could be changes of household poverty due to external factors and not necessarily climate. So I think it is important to factor these into consideration, because those young people who are moving, they could actually be moving because of these other factors and not necessarily the climate factor. So you need to be aware of this and see how to deal with it. Then the last comment is on climate change itself. This climate change being a process rather than an event means that there might be need for you to set like a reference period. Which period are you looking at? Because this area has generally been a dry area for time immemorial, and people have been moving. They have been moving for decades. So which reference period are you looking at so that we can begin to see that people are moving because of climate change and not because of the other underlying factors? And this would therefore require some meteorological indicators before and after this reference period for people to begin to see the picture much more clearly. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have 10 minutes to close the session, so probably 2 more questions. Yes. Lula? No, yours, yes. Then I'll come back.
So me or? Thank you so much, Nicholas, for an enlightening work. I know you said this is a case study, and of course, as the other speaker has noted, this is similar to many of the processes that are going on within the Horn of Africa. And I was just wondering, two issues that have not come out clearly. One of the coping strategies that you have mentioned is that the government is giving, aid. And if this is, it's true that this is climate change, then we expect this to be a long-lasting problem. Would aid just be sufficient to address the issue, or there are other long-term, goals, there are other long-term strategies that are being put in place? Of course, as individuals and communities, people also have coping strategies to take care. So I don't know if this is, I've not read the entire of your paper. The second thing is, the second question that I wanted to ask is the issue of administrative and political boundaries on mobility. As boundaries get stronger, do they play a part in limiting the mobility of, cross-border pastoralists? Thank you. By the way, I'm Dulo from Moi University.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Nicholas, for the really interesting presentation and the article. And thank you, Abebe, for all the additions. My name is Abokar Abdi. I work for GIZ on a program called Global Program Human Mobility in the context of climate change. And we are really interested about the issue of this climate-induced mobility for pastoral communities in the IGAD region. And we have done some work in the area, qualitative and quantitative as well, both qualitative, and quantitative. And one of the last work that we have done, and with Simon sitting next to me, is a study on livelihoods, for which we have interviewed pastoralists in the area, in the cross-border cluster of Karamoja, and more specifically in the Karamoja region of Uganda and on the other side of the border in Kenya. And one thing that came, so our study was based, or was studying the impact of climate change on livelihoods and on the resilience of the affected community and how this impacts in turn the mobility. And one of the things that kept coming back is the kind of community-based systems, and how do you think we could expand this community-based system and institutionalize it within IGAD or within the member states? Thank you very much.
In fact, I have like general comments, maybe not questions, but I think if it is possible to address, to enrich the research. And I wanted to comment also to add my comments to those who praised the study. And I think it is not just a case study, it is more than that, as the moderator mentioned. So I think it is said that the pastoralism is diminishing and they are going towards settlement. And one of the areas of settlements is around development projects. These development projects, since has been existing earlier and not designed for this resettlement of the pastoralists, I think needs in your research to include some kind of analysis whether these development projects could be a vehicle for resettlement of the pastoralists. Otherwise, they may be, as you mentioned, as somebody mentioned here, could be impediments. This is one. Number two, also, you mentioned that one of the policy recommendations to go to irrigation, agro-pastoral activities, including irrigation. And I think it is better to include the water availability for this intervention as a proof of water availability, so as at least not to become another source or factor of displacement, or again settle around irrigation projects using groundwater, and then the groundwater deplete, and then again to move. So I think it is better to include proof of availability of groundwater, so to supplement the recommendation for the irrigation as a development activity. And also, I think
that enough. Because,
enough?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, Nicholas, you have 5 minutes, so you have to selectively address a few of them. Because,
Okay, that's going to be very hard to address those questions in 5 minutes. First of all, it's really amazing the level of expertise that's in the room. You can see that from your questions, and I think each of those questions would deserve a whole PhD. The pastoralism is decreasing in a historic perspective. Natural blockades, conflict between fishermen, conflict between agro-pastoralists and pastoralists. Those are very important questions, but also each of those questions to really go into depth and to really tackle those issues with the rigor and with the dedication that it would deserve. Really several rounds of research and several articles would be needed. Someone also mentioned what's the limitation of the study. Until now, the limitation of the study that I don't know all these things that you just asked me. That's one of the limitations. But the research is ongoing. I didn't mention before that the research is ongoing. And we will go back to speak to the same almost 100 informants 1 year after we spoke to them the first time. We see how those tendencies that I tried to outline, how they developed. Also this time we will include more expert interviews and also some more GIS and other data. Just to quickly go on to some of those points. By the way, I saw there were more questions, and I'm sorry that not everybody could ask, and please feel free to approach me during the lunch and coffee breaks and afternoon and evening. I'm really more than happy to discuss and also to learn from you, because I could see in those questions that you have big expertise on those topics. So there was there were the points that pastoralism is discouraged by the political system. We could see that also in the villagization processes. That's also an attempt by the government to create villages to better give services, right? That's the goal. It would be easier to give service, and I mean, we can all imagine that children who have to move around with their communities all the time, how can they go to school in a way that you know, they can follow frequently and they can consistently visit school and learn. Other things, of course, with healthcare and so on and so forth. So we can understand the logic of several governments who are trying to discourage pastoralism or to create villages, for example. There's quite some body of literature on the villagization process in different countries and different communities. I don't want to discuss here what's politically the best, if it's good or not. That's beyond this presentation now. But of course, this is an important topic. We were speaking about mobility blockades, such as development projects, agricultural cultivation. Yes, we can see that a lot in South Omo in general, also in Dasenej. We can also see, and that's in the third point of the changed social relations, maybe between investors and pastoralist communities. Investment is favored, is encouraged in those areas, and of course that takes away possible ranging land from the pastoralist communities. Another point in this sense of mobility blockades would also be national parks. That's also a whole other topic that could deserve some research. In that area there's the Omo National Park, Mago National Park, and those national park authorities are also struggling to keep pastoralists out of the national parks. Because their nature is protected, but still there would be accessible, or that there would be in theory grass and water access for livestock. That's also another so-called mobility blockade. What is my reference time period? So in terms of the interviews, people, especially the older ones, they could tell us about the last 20 years, and they could tell us especially how since 5 years ago, their life was changing a lot and their environment is changing a lot. So their reflections often date back to the last 20 years. Then we have some satellite images that we are comparing since 1980. And then we have some meteorological data also from 1980 up till now that we are trying to include, as some of you mentioned, that this evidence must be included more systematically, and I agree. We will include that, and we have that data, and we are on it. Pastoralism has always experienced conflict. Pastoralism has gone up and down. Some of you mentioned the seasonal, or I mean the cyclical ups and downs of pastoralist production, of environments even that could recover, and of conflict. I have to admit that I didn't go so much back into the last couple of hundreds years, for example, and it would be interesting to broaden the knowledge there. Again, in this research here, right now, what I presented is relying a lot on the perceptions, and also we are asking the informants, the pastoralists, about their perceptions of the future, and many of them perceive the future as if in their life they will not do pastoralist livestock production anymore. So that's also some finding. What are their life goals? Their life goals are changing. They would love to live on as they did 10 years ago. They were speaking nostalgically about those times where everything was there, where there was enough food, where there was different food available, where they could generate income. But now their life goals, because of their realistic perceptions of the future, are rather that they have to look for other options because in their life they cannot do traditional livestock production as before anymore. Did I use already the 5 minutes, or can I? 1 minute, okay. There was the point about instead of doing irrigation from the river and the lake to use groundwater, which is a very good point, but also more expensive, right? That even to spot groundwater, you need some tools and some people who have expertise in this field and who can detect where the groundwater is, how deep it is, how much of it is there, how can we use it in a sustainable way, how can we drill it, and so on. So it has a great potential, but to untap that potential, it's more costly. So we cannot compare the cost needed to explore groundwater with a simple hydraulic pump that is put into the river, where it's working with wind only, and there's virtually no maintenance cost. But you're absolutely right, and hopefully there will be the motivation, the ambition of exploring those groundwater options. How do you measure divorce? In general, I didn't mention before that one of the main migration trends as well that is happening is not really related with the climate, which is young females running away from their forced marriage. They are at the age of 13, I think you also described it, how it's often a deal including payment of cattle, and how the families arrange the wedding. At the age of 13, girls in Dasenec are married forcefully to their future husband. Many of them are running away because of that, and that's one mobility type that we can observe, which could be called forced mobility maybe, or young female migration of running away. Then we didn't try to measure divorce in a quantitative way. When I mentioned there's increased divorce, I'm taking just the words of the prophets, of the community leaders, or of the members of the society who are saying divorce is increasing a lot because the families are separated, because we are forced to, some are forced to go to the lake to fish, some are forced to stay here, and then the two partners will never find together again. That's then, but we didn't quantitatively try to measure the divorce rate. That's based on the descriptions of the key informants. Sorry if I couldn't address every single point, but I think Dr. Ficado is already trying to conclude the session. So please just feel free to have a chat with me after the session, at lunch, and whenever you see me. Thank you so much for your great comments.
Sorry, I'm not concluding. We do have two people with questions online, virtually. These are Mohammed Abdi and Tadele Dana. So let me give them 1 minute each. So Mohammed, go ahead first. Go ahead. Hello. I've been told that there are so many questions virtually on the Zoom, but we cannot treat all of them. Therefore, what we would like to advise them is to chat with the authors. There will be a mechanism that the author will get the questions and incorporate them into his papers. So with this, I'm going to conclude this session. I don't try to summarize it. Quite interesting issues have been raised. Thank you very much for your very constructive contributions. I'm sure Nicholas got a lot of comments. As a PhD student, there is nothing better than getting comments. Presenting one's own work and getting comments is probably one of the best things PhD students look for. So that's what Nicholas got from this session. Thank you very much. Now we go to tea coffee session. We do have like 10 minutes for coffee and the tea, and we'll be back here for the plenary session at 11:30. It's already 11:30. Yeah.
Let us reconvene. The discussion you had in different sessions were very interesting. I can see that, and we have noted more time was required to wrap up. So let us reconvene, and please have a seat. Please take your seat, delegates. And I warmly welcome you to the plenary session after the breakout session. And I will also kindly ask the rapporteurs to come to the high table from each breakout sessions and group discussions. Dr. Fikadu Adunya, and Dr. Ababa Tadeg, Dr. Gloria, and also Nkudai Maskale Ashine. I am assuming that all these, the names that I indicated are the rapporteurs of each breakout session to deliver the summary of their discussion in each respective groups. Thank you very much. So we'll start by having the presentation from the first group who have been in the main hall with the sub-team on social cohesion, and also on the other two groups summarizing their findings, and also most importantly on the policy implications and also conclusion and recommendations. So I will kindly ask the first group to present, and each one of you have a very few minutes to summarize, and then we'll give back to the audience to have their questions and comments on your intervention. So I will directly go to the first presenter, Dr. Adunya, to give, together with Dr. Ababa, their summary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gurum. The paper we just listened to and discussed at our panel was written by and presented by Nicolas Mayer and his co-authors. The title of the paper is Climate Change, Social Cohesion, and the Migration in Pastoral Communities of the Saanich in southern Ethiopia. This is a small community. This paper highlights the impact of climate change on the pastoral community in southern Ethiopia, a small community. It's a study of small community in southern Ethiopia, but it explains the broader impact of climate change on pastoralism in Eastern Africa. Among this community, according to the presenter, among the Saanich, mobility is their way of, mobility with their livestock was their way of life. It was their norm. But now that has been changing due to climate change. So what it tried to show is how climate change affects this livestock herding community. I mean, due to climate change, in the last 10 years, according to the presenter, in the last 10 years, most of them lost their livestock. Thus, this loss of livestock, of course, there are a combination of factors, according to him, is causing a change in their livelihood. They are no more mobile. Now, he used three terms to explain this change in livelihood and the transition in mobility. These three terms are, one is Gura. Gura is unorganized mobility or migration with livestock, how the people organize themselves in group and move with their livestock. That is with local knowledge, pastoral knowledge, mobility. Now, due to drought, these people lost their livestock. So there is no reason to move with livestock. Second, due to depletion of resource, the descendants are in conflict with almost all their neighbors. Thus, there is no way to move to. So the presenter was saying that Gura, the organized traditional mobility, is no more important. Now, that has been replaced by two mobility mechanisms, locally, with the local terms. One is called Tufani. Tufani is a mobility of people either to look for job, for wage labor, or for begging. The third one is Dani, if I'm correct. No, it's Badani, which means mobility due to displacement, fleeing the village. Thus, while the organized pastoral mobility has been decreased due to this combination of factors, now the last two, the one people leave their village, the youth leave their village, the ladies leave their village to look for labor, wage labor, or for begging, and fleeing their village because of conflict has increased. So that's what he called, there's a transition in their mobility. Therefore, now the presenter related this problem to social cohesion. For him, among the descendants, social cohesion is embedded in group mobility, which bring well-being, development, and a peaceful life. Now, when people stop that organized mobility due to drought, as most of them, as I said, lost their livestock, this resulted in the transition I just mentioned. Therefore, social cohesion, which was based in local norms and the local livelihood, is now no more there. Thus, now lack of local cohesion due to lack of mobility is leading to conflict. Thus, Gura, the organized mobility was leading to, or bringing well-being and a peaceful life. Now that has been reversed. So now they are more or less sedentary. And the sedentary system is also interesting. These people have been building new villages from their mobile life to sedentary, and the new villages are built around food aid distribution centers and around development projects. Thus, the pastoral community, who were autonomous, at least with their livestock, food self-sufficient pastoral community, are now being changed into dependent people who look for food aid. Some of them said in the paper, they said, now our lives depend on NGOs and the governments. So a transition from autonomous life to dependency. He reported that the youth are running from the area. There is increase in divorce rate. There is changing population dynamics. There is shift from pastoralism to some fishing and some sort of farming, a little farming. So the major challenge is a day-to-day survival, especially how to get food and survive. So if there is no food aid, according to the researcher, there will be mass starvation. With this wonderful presentation, there were a very warm participation of the participants in questions and suggesting the way to develop it. First of all, we have a wonderful scientist, a climate scientist, who had not only discussed the paper, but also suggested a lot of nice constructive points how to further develop, especially contributing the scientific part of it, how to measure climate, how to use more reliable climate data, and so on. There were also some questions which are a little bit, show the controversy of the issue. One of them is a suggestion, not only very controversy, that the author needs to go back and see the history of pastoralism, that drought is not new. But my own addition to that is, yes, drought is not new, but drought has never been as recurrent as what we've been seeing in the last few decades. In the past, there were droughts, but after drought, after a short period of time, pastoralists have managed to come back to productive life in a shorter time. But now, with this combination of factors, drought, conflict, some not well-studied development projects, pastoralists could not easily get back to what we've been observing. I've been doing field work among the Borana in southern Ethiopia, among the Somali in southeastern Ethiopia. Pastoralists are not easily getting back to productive life. The other one controversial point raised in the House is that the presenter implied that from the Dasanich point of view, from his case material, he said pastoralism might not be viable hereafter. Probably the perception from the field. The question is how much objectives that will be given the fact that pastoralists have came back several times in the past. So these are points of discussion that we have discussed in the room. I think Dr. Abebe would add some points. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fakadu. I think you have already covered most of the things that were highlighted or presented during the session. Mine is just to add that the mobility pattern have obviously changed in Dasanich district. You mentioned from the group migration, like the Guru culture has shifted to Tufani and Badani. Tufani is a migration pattern, individual. You just migrate individually without a group, even without telling your family and so on. The Badani one is a forced migration. So that is very obvious. And the reason for this change in social, mobility transition is, one is climate change. The other is development projects like the Gilgel-Gibe 3 project. And there's also the plantation, agricultural plantation in the region. Those are the factors that cause that transition of mobility pattern. And this has brought the weakening of the social cohesion. Social cohesion is very important for development, but this is really weakening because of those factors. So the current drought in the Horn of Africa, this Dasanich is a case study, but if you see the big picture, what's happening in the Horn of Africa, the failed rains in the past 4 seasons, even the current one, are predicted to be failure. So really the case of the Dasanich case, the Dasanich study is just a clear manifestation of how the gravity of the drought in the region is being manifested. In fact, at a larger scale, up to 50 million people in the region are really affected by the failed rains. This is a huge number, and there is a need for humanitarian assistance and other interventions. From the 95 informants that were taken in the study, almost all of them reported that they have lost their cattle. So sometimes there are some figures as to what is the impact of the drought, the current drought, economically, in terms of livestock, and so on. But those families, they have lost almost all of their livelihoods. So you can see the magnitude of the problem. And the authors also have given recommendations, very key recommendations. I can highlight some. Some of the things are the pastoral communities. When development projects come in, they need to take into account the needs of the local communities, like providing jobs, training the youth, and providing services for that. There's a need to create grazing land and also promote irrigation. Those irrigation issue was questioned whether it is a river or lake irrigation or groundwater and so on. There's also a need to establish scientific monitoring in the region, to know what's going on in the region and how it is changing in the future. There is a need to have a scientific monitoring system in place. And also, whenever the dam operation of the Gilgel-Gibe 2-3 is operated, it's good to consult the communities up and down. There is another recommendation, which was the need to establish peace committees to resolve cross-border conflicts. And the other one is it's good to do more longitudinal studies to quantify the long-term impacts of climate change. And in fact, I also, as a climate scientist, I also recommended that there is a need to really document the evidence of climate change in that specific district. There are people who are denying climate change, even some leaders. So it's good to put the evidence, because the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in its report in 2022, has confirmed that there is human-made climate change. We cannot deny it. What is needed from now is action in terms of adaptation, in terms of building resilience, in terms of financing, and so on. So these were the things that were recommended in the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the first group, Dr. Adunya, Dr. Fakado Adunya, and Dr. Ababa Tadek. Thank you very much for your important summary, especially on the first intervention on social cohesion and also migrants in pastoralist community. And I would like to inform the gathering that IGAD is with a strong mandate for addressing the special needs of pastoralist communities, and this important paper and analysis and the discussion and also the summary will be feeding into the policy implications that will be very instrumental to advance the agenda of addressing these needs. So I'm sure this will be captured, and also the recommendations that you gave will be informing the decision makers to act on time. This is a very timely issue, and as you have heard, and while we are here in Kenya, we have seen the big news of the drought impacting the lives of many people, most of them at the cross-border and pastoralist community. So this is an important intervention, and the recommendations will feed into the policy directions. With that, for the sake of time, I will also pass to the next panel rapporteur to present their findings. Dr. Gloria and also Ngudai are here with us on the panel. So let us first give to Dr. Gloria to speak. And I would like delegates to hold your question, comments, and suggestions so that we'll have a very important general discussion. So, Dr. Gloria, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good afternoon, everyone. So we looked at the study on forced migration and its impacts on children and women and children rights in South Sudan. And this was by Dr. Santa Ali. The study falls under the sub-theme Equal or Unequal Opportunities Due to Gender, Age, Ability, Ethnicity, and their intersections. So the objective of the study was to examine the nature and effect of forced migration as a result of the internal conflicts in South Sudan. So the researcher began with a good background about the study, and we learned that South Sudan has had a long history of displacement, which has changed family dynamics of women and children. And these women and children are witnessing violence against their rights, and most of the time they feel insecure, even after moving to another location. The scope of the study is in Juba, South Sudan, and Juba, South Sudan is hosting the most IDPs across the 10 states. So the target group, as we've mentioned, is women and children, and were randomly selected from other IDP areas. Data was collected through primary and secondary. We had primary and secondary research, and of course, interviews and reports. And then the sampling was was done, and 115 women from IDPs were interviewed. We had 3 focus group discussions, and we had also, this was with 75 women from IDPs. We also had key informant interviews, 5 of them. So that was just a brief of it. Back to the findings. The findings revolved around conflicts, and the main drivers of displacement, as the main finding said, are conflicts, whether long or short term. So the study found that 58% of IDPs are residing in central Equatoria, whose livelihoods and insecurity remain a concern, and that is in Juba. The second finding was the lack of effective intervention policies, which need to be strengthened. The third one was about the impact to rights, and there were 3 rights that the study carved out of the existing rights that are usually universal. So it talked about the rights to adequate standards of living, because women and children are less satisfied with their living conditions in the IDPs. Then there was the right to health, whereby the living situation in IDPs children are exposed, women and children are exposed to them the living situation in IDPs where children are exposes them to more health afflictions. And then there was the access to education. There was a higher risk of violence, abuse, and neglect of their rights to the access of education. So the recommendations, the study recommended a few interventions that can be can be used, and talks about the implementation of the peace agreement that can mitigate that. And then they talk about initiating development programs, of course, to help the children and women in the IDPs. And then it talks about resettlement of displacement of families, and also talks about improvement of education systems for females. I can say the researcher explained this very well. I'm just running through as a summary to give you an idea of what the recommendations were about. And all those were to, those that can be used to mitigate the impact of this forced migration of women and children. Now, we found the research to be very strong, very well organized, and really followed a very good research process, had rigor. But it elicited discussions around what was presented. The first point was The title of the research was a concern to some of us, whereby we thought it needs to be refined. It has more of IDP content and less of migration, but we see that on the title it has migration on it. Actually, one of the discussant said there is need to drop the word impact, because the word impact is usually a bit loaded and we can't just measure it. The measuring of it requires a bit of quite a different approach to that. And then there were also issues about the challenges in terms of implementing the policies both at national and international levels. You know, we need to focus on dynamics of implementing policy, more of the implementation part of it versus policy formulation. So also the researcher was asked what their positionality is, what their agenda is for the paper as an individual, as a researcher, and an academic. Because in terms of generating knowledge especially, and this is towards the future, maybe perhaps what is the sustainable, durable solution in terms of what the researcher thinks. But again, somebody said that we have the title there. The research runs well with children, with the title Children and Women, but the children are conspicuously missing in the research. So I think that would be a good area to include, or maybe drop the children from the title. And of course, the ethical consideration. If she chooses to have the children in the research, and then we'll need ethical consideration, even the women, because they're telling their stories, the privacy that comes with it requires ethical consideration. It was also felt that the methodology is not clear. There was no precision as to what kind of methodology was used. It could be good for the researcher to just say this is a qualitative kind of research and list the research instruments or tools that she employed. That was there, but it wasn't quite precise. Okay. And then somebody also felt that when looking at the right to health, that is one of the themes of the impact that was brought out in the study under the findings. Sexual reproductive health to women and children was left out, and even sexual abuse and exploitation, and that is a key aspect too when it comes to us talking about women and children. So it looks like it would be good to strengthen the research to include those. Then the researcher talks about women and children as the target group and refers to them as victims. So first of all, out of that, the status of women, of victims is mentioned and elaborated, but the coping mechanisms are not there. So we need to, at least the researcher needs to include that. And then of course there's also that, according to human rights, let's move away from the word victims and just talk about, replace it with a better, more dignified word. Okay. And then there was also concern around the characteristics of the women that were interviewed. What was the education level? What is the age? Is there any disability, background, the diversity, and all that? And if children came in, what age groups, the disaggregation? What were they youth? What kind of children? So that would be key to look at. And then the rights to access protection in terms, and other things like education, employment need to be highlighted. What services do exist, if they do, especially for unforced migration? And maybe to add on to that, what functional policies do exist? Okay. There was also around the title and how the research was flowing, what was the research just specific to just conflict, or was it also linked to natural causes? What other dynamics did the research employ to come up with all that? The sample also elicited some conversations. It was a sample of 115 women. I wouldn't want to say women and children at this point because the children were missing from the research. So, and it requires distribution across those 10 states that have been talked about so that the distribution of scope is clear to the people that are drawing any findings from this research. How many children were there? What were the focus areas? Maybe, was it possible to include government officials or those that usually manage the camps, the IDP, so that they can also have to triangulate the information? So on the scope of the study, it was a feeling that perhaps maybe we need to expand that study beyond just IDPs and talk more about just these women and children in those situations beyond just IDPs. Remember, I spoke about the 3 rights, that is education, livelihood, and the other one, the third one. How did the researcher was asked how she picked the 3, because the social economic rights of children needs to be included as well. Perhaps include all the 6 existing rights, giving equal weight to them because there are not too many anyway. Why discuss the 3 and not just all of them? So, and on that also it was felt that recommendations could also go beyond just resettlement. And then there was also concern that most findings appear to be accessed through desk review. I think there needs to be more rigor. That is what was said. There needs to be more rigor in terms of the analysis. We didn't read the whole report, but the analysis needs to have more rigor and draw more from the empirical data that was collected as opposed to what was given, because it sounds like it was just some review that was gotten from the reports and all that. And to help to do that, it was suggested that the study includes a conceptual framework, which is missing. And as I finish, the sampling strategy of the 115 women and children was also questioned. What techniques were used? What strategies were used? It needs to be a bit clearer there. But on top of that, we just want to commend the researcher for a job well done. The research has really elicited interests, and most of us would like to follow up and see what comes out of it when these recommendations are made. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gloria, for this summary. That was under the sub-theme of equal opportunities due to gender, age, ability, ethnicity, and their intersection. And she was summarizing the discussion on the impact of forced migration on the rights of women and children, which is very, very fundamental and very important. And it also indicates the social protection policies and also protection of the basic services that are very vital for the people in this area. And the South Sudan experience is well informing other countries' intervention. So this is very, very wonderful and well summarized. Dr. Gloria, thank you very much. So I will pass on to Ngudai Maskale Ashine to give her summary presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will be summarizing our, so under the same theme, our presenter presented his research, reads examining the impact of ethnicity on the dynamics of social cohesion and inclusion of refugees in Gambela region, Ethiopia. So that's the paper from Alamu Asfaw Nuguse. So under this paper, the researcher has clearly framed the geographical scope of the study, which is Gambela region in Ethiopia. Just to give you information, Gambela region is one of the regions hosting the biggest number of refugees, especially from South Sudan. And in that case, he also forwarded the justification why he picked this topic. Especially this region, again, is well known for fragile relationship between the host community and the refugees. And in his research, he highlighted how ethnicity is an X factor in determining social cohesion and inclusion of refugees. And he also adopted a qualitative research methodology and studied the perception of the host community. The majority are the Anuak ethnic group in Gambela region, whereas refugees are from Neur ethnic group. So in this case, he highlighted that ethnicity is reason for weak social cohesion, and he also forwarded why that is the case. One, he just said perceived difference in ethnic identification and socio-political group, organization between the host and refugees. And the second is underdevelopment and perceived horizontal inequalities between the refugees and the host community. especially the host community, feel like refugees are more favored than themselves. And the third and important issue he forwarded is how ethnicity is determining demographic change. He said there is a perceived demographic change and its implication on the regional political economic power rivalry between the refugees and the hosts. And in the conclusion, he just said it's important to address this difference through peace-building efforts, and also said it's important to implement CRRF in a way that engages the host community, and also there is a need for proper consultation of the host community. Those are the Anuak ethnic group, and promote social cohesion through peaceful coexistence. And he also said there must be pragmatic approach and patience to change this dynamics, and the donor and implementing actors should also rethink their approach while implementing projects. And this topic has triggered a number of questions from participants. It's quite interesting topic because there was interactive and great conversation during the session. And some of the questions raised by the majority of the participants goes to the concept itself, the notion of ethnicity, how the researcher approached ethnicity. So in this case, the most intriguing question is whether ethnicity should be framed as a problem as such, or a manifestation of other problems. For example, the resource scarcity issue. So in that case, the question was, are there any other dynamics that influence or determine social cohesion other than the ethnicity itself? But the researcher mainly focused on ethnicity, and he also presented it as a problem itself, which is a cause for weak cohesion and inclusion of refugees in that region. And the other question goes to the methodology. So the researcher adopted qualitative research, but if you read the title, it says examining the impact of ethnicity on the dynamic of social cohesion. So in this case, it was suggested that the researcher should have adopted a combined approach, both qualitative and quantitative research methodology. And again, the other issue regarding, again, the methodology was the researcher mainly studied perception of the host community. So the question was, how about the perception of the refugees? Because he didn't look into that aspect. So, for example, it would have been great if the researcher looked into whether the refugees feel like threatened, or do they have a fear, what is their perception in the inclusion process. But the study, unfortunately, did not address that aspect. The other point regarding the methodology was very important one, in my opinion, is the researcher should have adopted a comparative approach. Gambela is not the only region where we have the ethnicity dynamics. For example, in the case of Somali region, we have the biggest camps where we host the biggest number of refugees from Somalia, and most of those refugees are the Somalian, and they have this clans in Ethiopia, Somalia region, but we don't have this hostile relationship or fragile relationship between the refugees and the hosts because of the ethnicity issue. So he should have looked into the comparative approach, or looked comparatively why the relationship in Somalia region and in also Afar region, for example, we have similar issue, but we don't have this ethnicity issue, despite the common ethnicity between the host and the refugees. So comparative approach should be adopted. And in that case, the participants suggested the researcher to dig further. The other important point I would say is framing the problem itself. So this needs rethinking because the title says the impact of ethnicity, but the main body of the research or the discussion doesn't show that. It didn't come out how ethnicity impacted the social cohesion and inclusion process. So he should perhaps consider, since at length he discussed about perception-related matters, he should include the perception in the title of the research, was another recommendation. And the other one is, again, the ethnicity versus resource. Framing ethnicity as problem itself is a bit controversial. Last but not least, the researcher has mentioned CRRF, Comprehensive Refugee Response Mechanism, in his conclusion, but he didn't show the correlation between CRRF and social cohesion and inclusion. So in the case of CRRF, yes, Ethiopia has accepted this comprehensive refugee response mechanism and made 9 pledges, but how these 9 pledges are linked to the social cohesion and inclusion did not come out clearly in his research and presentation. So that's another recommendation. Again, last but not least, what are the suggested solutions that inform the policy that the practitioner or lawmakers? In this case, he just simply concluded that there must be a consultation with the host community, but it didn't clearly frame or set out the recommendations to various actors. For example, in the case of Ethiopia, we know that Ethiopia has put in place the most progressive legal framework when it comes to refugees protection, which is the Refugee Proclamation 111, 2019. So in that case, the state primarily is responsible to do some tasks, but the paper didn't say anything about the responsibility of the state. And it simply says international or donor community should rethink their approach, but how about other actors? For example, I myself is from Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, so we intensively engage in ensuring protection and promotion of the human rights of refugees. So what would be the major takeaway from this finding conclusion is not clearly set out and come out. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. That was a wonderful panel, and we're very, very glad that you have made it on time. So we'll open up a discussion time for the audience, and I would like you to direct the questions by name to the panelists, and first comments, then suggestions, and also followed by questions. So they will individually answer as it is directed to each of them. So let us open a discussion for all of you delegates, and I'm sure this is a very interesting discussion just before lunch. So without further ado, I will ask audience from this side to raise their hand if you have any comment, questions, and suggestions. Okay, Doctor, 1, 2. Okay, from this side, 3, 4, Madam. And from this side? Okay, let us respond to the 4 questions, and please proceed.
Yes, thank you very much for those wonderful panels. I wanted to talk about the problem of climate change, which has become a very current problem, but always, as often becomes the case, runs short of offering solutions because the causes are in other regions, actually in Western countries. People are doing pollution and things like those ones, but the people who are affected are in Africa. And therefore, then we hit a brick wall because we are not able to offer this suggestion. So I don't know, maybe from that panel, what the way forward might be. Might it be a good idea to come up with, a universal legislation, for example, to penalize people who are polluting the environment, so that we don't just remain at talk shop and helpless and talk about things that we don't, the solution seems not to be in our hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The second one, okay, please.
Thank you. I'm Thomas Rutaro from Uganda Bureau of Statistics. Mine is not a question per se, but I just note with concern that the papers are being presented and data has already been collected, but the comments which are coming are pushing the researchers towards changing or improving their methodology and probably go back to the field, which may not be feasible. And given that statistics, we know these are estimates, and normally there is a good estimate and a biased estimate. So my proposal is that the researchers need to improve and document what they did properly and clearly, so that it's upon us users to see how to use this information, rather than sending them back to go and do data collection. Thank you, that was my thought.
Thank you for the comment. Okay, sir, Dr. Kabade.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the excellent stewardship. I also thank the panelists of panelists who have summarized the conversations in the breakout sessions. Wonderful summaries, both today and yesterday. I just want to reflect on Nicholas' paper, which I missed, as I was one of the discussants in the other breakout session, ably summarized by Dr. Gloria. Just as an anthropologist, I would like to throw these ideas to Nicholas and also to all of us. One, the history of pastoralism is very long and dates back to 8,500 to 6,500 BC. And it was a bridge between hunter-gatherer and sedentary farming culture. So definitely the bad news is that it is destined to die. It is actually dying in many continents and many countries, and we definitely will lose it sooner or later. And I think the study could have been very useful if it has brought the different dynamics, not only climate change, but the other dynamics like conflict, agricultural development, or sedentization in large measure, and also urbanization, and the population grows both in the pastoralist communities and also in the adjoining agricultural communities, and also the competition for resources. So I think it's good that actually, as my colleague, the statistician indicated, we cannot ask them to redo the research, but at least they can take into account the various factors that actually have contributed to the changing socio-political, socio-economic, socio-cultural and ecological dynamics that have impacted the history and survival of the pastoralist communities, both within our continent, in our countries, and also globally. I think Nicholas knows this very well. But I heard something very interesting. One is, I think this one is the divorce rate. Because of the sedentization or the lack of movement of the pastoralists. How does it actually relate to climate change, and then what are actually the driving factors for the divorce rate? And I think this is very important. But my final word here is, as IGAD is composed of pastoralist communities, and our mandate, as Dr. Gruma has rightly pointed out, is the cross-border communities that are composed of pastoralists. There is a need for region-wide, comprehensive study on the state of pastoralism, because this is a very substantive contributor to our GDP, to our resilience, and to all that we want to do in terms of social integration. And I think that regional study could come actually as one of the recommendations, if Nicholas doesn't mind to suggest that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kabada. Just to inform you, the social cohesion and migration on the pastoralist community, the case of the Senate by Nicholas, was chaired by Dr. Fakadu and also Dr. Ababa, so they will reflect on that, and wonderful. And for the comments given on the type of research and also improving the methodology, and yes, we have agreed, and also we have seen also yesterday and today that some of the studies need to be broad and very holistic, and also working and informing how to make a strong recommendation for regional bodies like Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, and other intervention areas. So whatever we comment will add and further improvement of the research. So even though it is very difficult, but there is also a room for making a research scope very wide. Just to comment on that. So we give the chance to Madam from the regional office of UNHCR, please.
Thank you very much, everyone. And I want to really applaud the different work that the researchers have done, centered around refugees and IDPs, for which I focus on. Now, in terms of reviewing the researchers' work, it is good we provide technical support that will be very useful for them to improve on what they have already done, but also we have to be careful on some of these suggestions that we give. I'm making this reference to the impact. I was in that discussion of women and children regarding South Sudan. Impact, to me, let it remain as it is. Impact can be measured progressively. So removing impact from the document will be totally something that I am sure the researcher will not be happy about. So what we need to do is encourage the researcher to have a short-term, a mid-term, and a long-term impact as she progresses with her research. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you so much. So we have received 4 questions and comments for the panelists to react on. So first, I will give the chance to the first panelist, Dr. Adunya Fakadu Adunya and Dr. Ababa to respond.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Let me respond to the problem of climate change. Yes, you are rightly mentioned that the problem is beyond us. It's a global problem. It requires a global solution. In fact, the COP27 will be held in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt in November. That's where this debate, this global problem and global solutions will be discussed. There are two key responses when it comes to climate change. One is addressing the root problem of the root cause of the problem, that is reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We call it mitigation also. And the other is preparing for inevitable change. There's already warming, more warming is coming, so we have to prepare to respond to that. That we call it adaptation. So these two policy measures has to be undertaken to address the problem of climate change. Addressing the problem, everybody contributes to the climate change problem, from individual, institution, national, regional, at whatever level you have. And the contribution, the solution also should come from every one of us, from every country. But there is the issue of major responsibilities. Historically, the emission came from developed countries. And this has been very much articulated in the Paris Agreement, in the UNFCCC agreement, in the Kyoto Protocol. So there is a differentiated responsibility in addressing climate change. So though the cause of the climate change are the developed countries, more of the emission came from them, but the adverse impact will be more on developing countries. So there's the issue of support to compensate this in terms of climate finance, in terms of technology, in terms of capacity building, so that developing countries are coping well. For example, the drought we are experiencing in the Horn of Africa, this drought, 5 consecutive failed rains, they have never been observed in the past. So what the science is warning us, especially the report of the IPCC, more frequent extreme climate events like drought, like floods, will be the case under a changing climate. So we need to stop, we need to combat climate change. And that's where these negotiation issues comes in. For example, there's the issue of climate finance. There's also the issue of loss and damage financing. That means we need a compensation if we are affected by climate change, like the drought we are experiencing this. So if those mechanisms are there, we should be able to address our challenges. That's what I can say at the moment.
Thank you, Dr. Abebe. I think I'll focus on questions and suggestions from Dr. Kabade. The other one is, from our Ugandan statistician colleague. We received such questions, and the comment is to develop the papers. It is, the issue is the degree of the question, whether that suggests sending back the researcher to the field or, say, compensate the gaps in other ways. It depends on each paper. But those suggestions always help the researchers to develop their papers. Dr. Kabade asked two questions and one suggestion. One is the role of these combined factors, which means it's not only about climate change. I think Nicholas was clear in his paper that there are combination of factors, intertwined combination of factors, like climate change, especially manifested in drought, then development projects, including examine. The other one, the divorce rate and the correlation between climate change, displacement, and the divorce rate is quite interesting. I think Nicholas can explain more on this, but what I understood and what he was also saying here is that due to shortage of food, many male left the village, leaving the women behind with kids and so on. Many young people are leaving the village. You see, those able ones leave, you see, as a coping strategy to that acute problem. So that is the one that what I understood, but I hope, but that is not well explained in the paper. I think Nicholas needs to take up and explain that further. The other one is, I'm sure, no, Nicholas, I mean, one is about suggesting comprehensive study on the state of pastoralism in the region. Nicholas, in his recommendation, recommended further longitudinal study of pastoralism, but this one is an additional point. State of, I mean, this is at present, state of pastoralism at present. So I'm sure Nicholas will lovely accept the suggestion and incorporate it in his recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fakado Adunya and also Dr. Ababa Tadek for their reply and response. Now we'll go to the second and the third panelists, Dr. Gloria, and to be followed by Dr. Ngudai.
Thank you very much. I'll talk to the comment or observation on the concept of impact in the study that I presented. So maybe I'll say, and I stand to be corrected, that impact is a concept used in a research study. This is my thinking. Used in a research study usually takes some specific approach. If you talk about impact in a study, especially our qualitative studies. But the point that our colleague raises is also key, which I would like to weigh into. If you go to use the word impact in its very basic definition, where you just want to show the word impact as we know it in the dictionary, then maybe the best thing to do is to put a disclaimer and say that the word impact here will be used in this way. We usually have definition of concepts. We usually have limitations or delimitations. So I would like to maybe hear in our various platforms see how, but I would go it that way. If you go impact and you don't put a disclaimer, then we know there is a specific way that studies that are talking about impact usually go. So yeah, Chair, I would like to, if there is time, to see what people would say about that. Thank you.
Dr. Gloria Ngudai.
To be honest, I don't have much to say because there is no question directed to my reflection, but just to say a few words about reworking, again, the concern shared by our Ugandan colleague about forcing researchers to go back to field. I would honestly suggest if that is really necessary, we should also force them to go back, because this is a scientific research conference which is supposed to inform the policy and lawmaking process. So I would say that the conference should live up to its title, and I would really encourage the researchers to rethink, rework, and refine further their research. And personally, I feel like most of, for example, this morning, the comments, suggestions from colleagues in our session are very constructive and would definitely help the researcher to see that the issue from the other end as well. So yeah, I would say we should encourage them to do this, would be my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ngudai. That was Ngudai from Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. I would really would like to add my voice on what she has said. And yesterday we had a wonderful panel from Ethiopia, who is Getenet, who is now here with us. He presented on psychosocial experience of internally displaced children, people due to armed conflict, and also conducted his study during the conflict where the war was erupted in the north part of Ethiopia, and he was limited somehow to make his scope of study method. Any other hand from the audience? 3. Okay. Dr. Tajuddin first, second, and 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to say you're president. It is very strong. And thank you for the moderators. Actually, I want to raise very important 3 points. Number 1 is violence, hatred, and non-tolerance increasing in our communities, whether the region, the Africa, and the world. But because we are talking of the region, I need to stress this violence is very, very, very dangerous, because communities living together for years, conflicts can be settled either by the police or by a local community. But now, because if there is any conflict between 2 people, it can be developed to a tribal conflict. If somebody make a crime, run to if one make the crime on this line, and run to this line, and instead of this line getting that person to the police, they will defend that person, and they will rally back to fight the police. By doing this, actually, we are creating very difficult for the police, as well as also difficult for the communities. And this is, again, the police, because people are living together, and the police from them, the government from them. So the government feels that dangerous to bring his own people to the police, and the community defending it. That's been lack of integration. If 100 people go to Europe, they will live in 100 towns. But here in any place in our region, the 100 live in the same place, in the same village and in the same area. So the police is there from their own tribe, the governor from their own tribe, and the person from their own tribe. That's why one of the concerns I'm raising on this issue is we need to find a way to have more social integration, not only with the refugees and immigrations, between the normal civil citizens. The second point is the negative role of the social media. Actually, the social media is wrongly used in the region and in Africa and worldwide. So it has become a means, an instrument of creating hatred among the people, even giving wrong informations. Sometimes they say, okay, somebody is being killed and he was not killed. So the community go on revenge and killing that person while the person is living. So we need our government to do regulations on how to punish very strongly those who are writing negatively on the area of the social media. Third question of land. Because our government has not also, I mean governments, the region, I'm talking in general, the question of land in Africa and in our region, it used to be, is not an issue, but it's being politicized now. So the politics playing a role, that's why it became a very serious issue, that creating difficulties and fighting among the communities, and that will reflect to the whole region. That's why one of the recommendations I'm making, our government need to adopt a more serious regulations, balancing between the owners of the land and also how to make an investment. Because investors cannot go, though if you said, some tribes said, this is our land, we cannot give it. Another issue, the governance. They don't interfere at the right time. If there is 2 people fighting or 3 people fighting, the government and the police, they don't move. They stay until the conflict will be regional and it will be the whole area, they will come very late. So the timely interference of the police is very important to secure and to keep the time within the line. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much for that strong points and also recommendations, but I forgot to ask to indicate your name and your institution, please.
My name is, you name it. My name is Tajuddin Bashir Niam. I'm lecturer and research in international affairs and human security. I am from International University of Africa. It's a university located in Sudan, receiving students from 85 countries, 49 of them from African countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Douglas Asimwe, the Commissioner for Refugees, Uganda. My comments or questions will be a little bit general, having listened to the first presentations in the morning and coming into this afternoon. One, I wanted us to come up with a clear definition of what we mean and refer to either at a regional level within the IGAD context on integration, because it was coming through in the presentations in the morning. And from what I know is there seemed to be a different understanding of the concept of integration, especially of migrants and refugees as a whole. Sometimes meaning a little bit of peaceful coexistence, but in certain contexts going beyond to even naturalization and acquiring or a little bit of more rights. So if the researchers could, within the IGAD, could also try to bring us to one common definition of what we take and refer to as integration to be helpful. Another comment, Chair, is on also related to an earlier submission where we talked about water and groundwater and recommending having studies to establish the water systems before settlement of refugees. I think I found that a little bit not practical when you are faced with huge displacements of people and then you have to first deal with studies to establish the presence of underground water and a little bit also going as if sometimes we are looking at these displacements and migration and refugee issues sometimes as more permanent phenomena. But I want to leave it that refugee issues especially should be looked at sometimes as temporary. so that we don't inculcate permanency, and because it may be misunderstood by other players, especially when it comes to governments and other stakeholders. And lastly, I want also to think that and urge the researchers and IGAD that we need to look at the legislative regime within the IGAD region, especially when it comes to access to rights and obligations for socio-economic cohesion, which relates to some of these papers. What is the application within the IGAD region, especially when it comes to access? For example, education. If I want to move from partner state A to B, what are the legal regime? What are the visa treatment? Is it standard, and so on? I think this will also enhance the social economic rights within this context. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Douglas. I'm sure some of these questions from you are directed to the IGAD team. I'm sure there are able professionals in IGAD working for many years, including myself, so we'll respond to that question. Any other? Okay, yes, sir. Sorry.
In fact, my comment will be very general. And to me, asking the researchers to go back to the field or using the comments to improve is very problematic, because the hope was, and is still, that to go out of this conference with a takeaway, which to me was based on the researches being done. So I think I wanted to throw this to IGAD Secretariat, that what is the problem? Was it time was not enough for the researchers to do their work? Was needed resources not availed, or the researchers? And to me, the researchers may be the least. But this needs to be looked into it for next time, because you cannot come and sit and talk for 3 days and then go with outcomes is still not finalized. To me, this is a concern, and this has to be taken into consideration. It is not a question for panelists, but this is a concern is raised to the IGAD Secretariat. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Yeah, and now, okay, let me give the last chance, and then first to the panelists to respond, and then, okay. Please.
Yes, thank you, moderator. First and foremost, as you come for something, you come with expectations. From yesterday, when we began to talk, we were talking about migration, displacement. I came with an expectation of a balance between migration with respect to refugees and also the pastoral nature of the people, the communities in IGAD. But more focus in terms of the papers and the presentations were into refugees. As you can see of today, I participated in the panel and the presentation that was made by somebody called Nicholas, who presented on pastoralism. And there were so many questions that was obviously pointing to the fact that there's a lot of interest in the issue of pastoralism within the IGAD region. I think in the future, we should have a balance between these aspects, because pastoralism stands out within the IGAD region. Additionally, I also see that we have had a weight so much on papers by by researchers who are pursuing their studies. I think in future we should also try to bring on board published papers. We also need to look at a way, because this is a third IGAD scientific research conference. On top of having the conference, I think we should be guided and therefore focus at trying to ensure that the research that comes up leads us in something tangible in terms of, we are using this for development and to inform policy. So we need to look at SOPs in this regard, standard operating procedures. We need to look at aspects of the processes researches are being conducted. We need to look at issues of dissemination in terms of levels. We need to look at issues of policy considerations, aspects of funding, and so on. We need to look at quality control and safety measures. For instance, if I'm to relate this to a country, like when you look at researchers at Makerere University, just giving an example. When a student is pursuing, is conducting a research, it is passed through a research regulatory committee at the college, and thereafter, that has to be passed through a Uganda National Council of Science and Technology for verification for issues of quality control and safety. Equally, at the regional level, I think this could be borrowed in order to control some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all delegates, for your questions, views, and comments. I will now give a specific question if it is directed to the researchers, but regarding to the researchers' challenge, we will respond with Dr. Kabada, and also other questions regarding the IGAD approach will be answered accordingly. But now, let me first give the chance, if there is any specific directed to you, you can respond. If not, I will give the chance to Dr. Kabada. Panelists, would you like to say something? Yes, Dr. Gloria.
I don't want to quite say a lot, but I think the issue of the need for researchers to go back to the field is a sticky issue.
Okay.
And we may have to, my position would be we need credible research. So when we look at the data, it depends on how you've analyzed it, the findings that come out, even the story that you're telling about the research. So sometimes there may be need to go back. So I think if we draw the line, permanent line, they don't need to go back. There is a point or an extent to which you can refine your data towards some contribution.
Yes, yes.
There is a time when it can't work until we go and get more. So it's a sticky issue, and I leave it to
Dr. Gloria, thank you so much. Dr. Adunya?
Thank you very much. I think, this thing is sticky when we take it as a general issue, but when you look at specific researchers' take up of this, I don't think it's a problem. Somebody presented his paper or her paper, then received numerous comments, and one of them or two of them hinted that I think your data is not sufficient, so that you need to add this. And now these are draft papers, to my understanding. Papers sent for conferences are draft papers. They are at the level of draft. That with tremendous rooms for improvement. So that, and most of the people who contributed to this conference are people in academia. Some of them are PhD students who are ready to learn, to receive comments and learn. So that going back to the field is not something difficult based on different situations. Some of them are pursuing their studies so that anyhow they go back to the field, so that the input they get from here, if that direct them to going to the field or an additional, request additional data, that is okay. So that I don't think that's a big issue, unless we see it as a general thing. One more point raised from Commissioner from Uganda, quite interesting, about defining integration. We can define integration in two ways. One is academic conceptual meaning of integration. The other one is, as he also implied later on, from countries' legislative point of view. When countries propose local integration of refugees, we see what does that mean from the country's legal point of view. The other one is when we say in the local integration from academic point of view, we may say, for instance, how much do refugees integrate in the locality in the sense of economic participation, social participation. Those are different from the legislative. So when countries say local integration, we say, does that mean naturalization? Does that mean something else? So we see from two different points of view, and the question is quite constructive, and people need to consider. From Dr. Tajuddin, I think the only thing we say is to take all of them. They're wonderful. I've been doing research on conflict very recently and on IDPs. What I learned is the transformation of conflict in the region. There were conflicts for millennia, people fight, then peacemaking take place, they live together. This time, the level of violence, the level of hatred, the level of non-tolerance to each other, they burn each other's villages. Indiscriminate burning of villages with children and the women. That simply show the change in the level of hatred and the non-tolerance. So they are quite important, and we need to take them up. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adunya. Now, let me give to the able personality from IGAD, Dr. Kabada, to respond, including the challenge for researchers.
Thank you, Mr. President, President of the day. That whenever we organize scientific conferences as a regional organization, we mean science. So when it is science, it has to be based on facts, it has to be supported by evidence, and it has to inform policies as coming from the field with full of evidence. And I think, when IGAD takes this responsibility, Dr. Groom, as you know, in 2014, by organizing the first scientific conference in Addis Ababa, it's meant to be relevant not only for just political policy making, but also for the development of academic discourse and academic engagement within the region. So that's the purpose. I think that's why we brought universities to review the papers. And I'm very happy to report here that most of the reviewers for the abstracts and the papers also in due course are from universities. We have almost 8 universities represented. And I'm very glad to report also that most of the reviewers are distinguished women academicians. And I think that's the very added value of this exercise, that we mean science and we give it to the universities, and then the universities are represented by the otherwise unbalanced voices of the researchers. So I think we should be very proud of that. You can clap for IGAD if you wish. Yes. I think the second point I would like to emphasize here is that all these papers that are presented here are not necessarily publishable papers. We will extract some few papers, maybe 5, 6, 7, 10, depending on their final academic merit. I think we have selected about 14 from the merit of the abstract, and then from the merit of the content, we select again papers that would be published with the IGAD responsibility as a conference book. And I would like to inform this August House that we are already in the process of publishing the outcomes of the second conference in a book, and we are negotiating with Springer. So, we are contributing to the development of academic discourse, academic exercise, and then we mean maintaining the quality of publication. So that's one. So if the papers merit, based on the data they have generated, the methodologies they have used, and then the way they approach it. And in fact, some were even commenting that we need to have frame of reference or the conceptual framework about the way we go researching and then the way we analyze our data. So those papers that qualify would be published. And in fact, the individual researchers would be even very happy to make their final write-up as rigorous as possible, because some of them are actually submitting them for their research, thesis or dissertation fulfillment. So in that case, I would like to assure that some of those papers will have the opportunity to be published, but all the others that we actually use that cannot be published, or if the authors do not want to go back to the field, they can be just used as information sources. We have used them for dialogue, and that's the purpose of the conference, to maintain dialogue between academics, researchers, policymakers, and practitioners. They have served the purpose for us, but they may not see the light of day when it comes to publication. So I think in this regard, IGAD will actually apply a rigorous selection process, a rigorous selection criteria. Those that are very lucky and successful will be happy to see the results. Those that are not, thank you very much for this level. And then we continue refining our approach for the subsequent conferences. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kabada. That's excellent response, and even diplomatic, supported by some of the response from the high table. So, Dr. Kabada, can I kindly ask you to respond also to the IGAD question, the questions directed to IGAD? If not, I can answer. Okay, one is about the question from Commissioner Douglas on the integration, the concept of integration, and also the other one is on legislative regime.
I can only say that this is a very valid reflection from His Excellency Commissioner Douglas. Integration is a broad concept, can be refined based on the purpose. But for us, integration is bringing people to people and then allowing people to move freely, settle wherever they can, and then whatever they can do as citizens of the region. So the law then will be respected, because that's where the IGAD protocol on free movement of persons is. Movement will be allowed. We cannot handle this is a democratic right, a human right, but that movement will be governed by existing laws and regulations of the countries. I think that's very simple. And we request the member states to ratify that protocol as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Kabada. That was excellent response. So I will also add a few points, Douglas. As you know, IGAD is one of the regional economic communities in Africa, working under the policies and strategies of the African Union, and working for the regional integration and making the lives of people improve, and also through the given mandate for IGAD to address the special needs of population at the cross-border, for migrants, for vulnerable groups. So inclusion of the National Development Program, refugees to be included in education program, refugees and migrants to be included in the development plan on health, is also promoting the regional integration. So I think we have a lot of agendas in IGAD, and especially mandated to address these issues. To remind you, in 1998, Horn of Africa Initiative also gave IGAD a special mandate to address the special needs of population so that the livelihood of people at the cross-border will be improved and also the free movement of people will be also ratified, as Dr. Kabada mentioned. So the free movement of people protocol has been discussed by member states and also debated, were negotiated, and now many countries are expected to ratify this. So through these kind of instruments, we are advancing the agenda of regional integration and harmony and prosperity of the region. So the other question that you were asking was about the water system and where the refugee settings and IDPs are located. So this needs special study assessment before we embark any interventions. This will take as a major point. So these are the points I would like also to add. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the question. So I will also ask my colleague, Dr. Ibrahim Kasso, who is a coordinator of the Regional Migration Fund, to respond on that question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want to be between the delegate and lunch. I know it is up. Just to comment on the last point on the issue of reintegration, Mr. President, I would like to remind you that there is upcoming papers tomorrow, so that I would like you not to close the discussion and the dialogue on reintegration and the return, because we'll have papers coming tomorrow, so that we'll keep this discussion alive again. Just a reminder not to close the chapter on reintegration because the papers are coming tomorrow. Thank you.
Ibrahim Kasso, thank you so much. This is also another contribution from IGAD team. Your points are well taken. And before we conclude, I will invite shortly Richo to give us an announcement for a bit of change on the program. Distinguished delegates, what a wonderful panel, yeah? Do you agree? So we thank you very much, panelists and the chairs, for the double task, and you have summarized it and led this panel very, very importantly and very fruitfully. So we have taken a lot of lesson. We thank you again. So lunch is ready, and Richo, come and announce. Thank you very much. Back to you.
I really appreciate the way the session has gone in the morning, and I don't want to stand between your lunch and the next sessions that are coming up, similarly as exciting. I just want to bring to your attention a few changes in the program so that at least we're going to be able to have a nice and smooth continuity of the program. So we just have a few changes that we'll just need to note. The breakout session from after lunch will actually have the main hall on the paper by Laura Young. And then we'll have breakout room 1 on the paper by Dr. Abel Zambona. And then breakout room 2, that will be upstairs, will have the paper being presented by Amos Otieno. So please note those changes. Main hall will also have a presentation before it didn't have one. Then we would request Damaris from the Kenya Human Rights Commission to join the main hall in terms of panelists regarding as a discussant. And then we would also request Mohammed Kula to also join from the NCRI as a discussant in the breakout room 2, as well as Teresa Ding from IGAD to join as a discussant in breakout room 2. Also, I would like to respond to my colleagues here in terms of the discussions. We want to improve the quality of research papers that are being produced from the region. And as IGAD, this is one of the main areas we would like to also engage with in terms of the academicians, in terms of researchers, policymakers, and think tanks. So we'll have a breakout, or rather roundtable discussion. Please don't run away in the end of the day. We'll facilitate the next, that's why we've created the barrier. In the next side, we'll have lunch in this area and lunch within the ground area. That's something I need to mention. So lunch coupons will be provided by ABN at the entrance, and there will be lunch in the next room as well as at the adjacent restaurant. This will be managed by the hotels to directors. But afterwards, when we are done with the plenary in the afternoon, we will have roundtables where please researchers and colleagues and partners, as well as the institutions that are represented here, let's encourage some more in-depth discussions. So we will place sub-theme areas where you can voluntarily join and actually discuss on how to improve the papers that have been submitted. There are some more papers that will be submitted tomorrow, but this is to just ensure that we are also giving constructive and productive, resourceful feedback to our researchers who've done quite a lot of work with minimum resources, and the more the reason we really need to handhold the researchers in terms of producing quality research work that can also inform policy making. That's why we have our member states here also to provide feedback on the policy recommendations that have also been presented. Those are the main changes that we have, and I'll welcome Dr. Girum to welcome us to release us for lunch, if we deserve the lunch. Yes. Thank you very much.
Please allow me to give a round of applause for Richo, a strong lady who is now making every move, with able, coordination. Thank you very much, and allow me also to thank the panelists to take their seats. Thank you very much for your wonderful intervention. Thank you, and all of you are invited for lunch, and as you go on, please take the lunch coupon, and then we will be directed. Thank you.